Good afternoon, everybody. We will continue with the evidence of Helen Steel this afternoon. The evidence given will be transmitted over the live link, but only after a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 15 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for photography or recording. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Steel, I want to point out at this stage we are going to explore some very difficult topics this afternoon, and I just want to emphasise that the purpose of this hearing is to enable you to tell us about what happened, but I want to make it clear that please say only whatever you feel able to say about your experience. I don't want you to feel compelled to say things or reveal things that you don't feel comfortable discussing or talking about.
Thank you.
A small point, Miss Steel, we were talking about John Dines purporting to go on the run. You asked a question in your witness statement about what he was actually doing over this period of time. We've yet to process the document. We will be publishing it shortly, but we know from having looked at his personal file that on the 24th of April 1990 he was taking his DI exam, so his exam to become a detective inspector.
Right.
Which he failed, by the way. Moving now, Miss Steel, to the 5th of May 1990. This is the Saturday. You refer in your witness statement to receiving a phone call from someone claiming to be Dines' solicitor.
Yes.
And I understand from your witness statement he said that Dines had been arrested.
Yes.
And was being held at Paddington Green
Yes.
Police Station.
But he said to me, don't say anything that could get him in trouble or something like that. Not that I could have done anyway, but and that kind of threw me, and I just didn't really ask any questions about what it was about or anything.
I understand. So it made you feel constrained about the information you could seek from him. On that same page, you then say you received a early morning phone call on Sunday, the 6th of May.
Yes.
And in this call, you were told that Dines was going to be released from Paddington Green Police Station.
Yes.
Was it your understanding that that was the solicitor ringing you again, or a police officer from that station? Or were you not given to understand?
I'm not sure. I can remember now. And if it's not in my statement, I won't have had a note of it, so I don't know.
Had you had any contact with Dines by phone or otherwise between the letter of the 30th of April and getting this call?
Yes, he did phone me from time to time and give me an update on his supposed progress. He said he was staying somewhere in the Lake District camping or something like that.
And you make the point in your witness statement that while he could contact you, you could never contact him directly.
That's right, yeah. It's before the days of mobile phones, and I don't think I ever had a phone number for him.
What was your emotional response to getting this phone call about, well, his arrest and coming to collect him?
I just sort of thought, well, I better go and, support him.
Can you tell us what happened when you went to the police station on the 6th of May?
Pretty much as I arrived, he emerged from the police station, coming out the doors, clutching a property bag with a MPS property tag on it.
I'd like to bring that up, please. That is UCPI 39877. Is this the tag that you're referring to? We can see there's the date, the 25th.
Needs to be shrunk a little bit. Yeah.
It says the 2nd of the 5th, 90.
Yes.
There's his cover name, PJ Barker. Officers in the case, we notice it says DCI Groy. We believe that's DCI Gray, who was Dine's DCI at the time.
Oh, okay.
DCI Gray's deceased, so we can't ask him about this, but that's our understanding. But in any event, you were given a very clear impression that he had been arrested, he'd been remanded.
Yes. Well, not remanded. He hadn't been to court. He was...
No, I understand.
And he hadn't been charged either. But he was... I think he had to answer bail at some point. I can't quite remember, but I think he had to answer bail at some point.
We can take that down now, thank you. When you left the police station with him, what did he tell you about what had happened?
He didn't really... He was... On reflection, he was actually quite evasive.
Right.
But at the time, I just thought he was exhausted after having spent a few nights in the cells, and he just wanted a bit of space, and so I didn't kind of press him for details. I just sort of felt, well, he'll talk about it when he's ready to talk about it. Sort of.
And again, I'm sorry if this is an obvious question, but now that you know that this was a fabrication, how do you feel about having been asked to go there, the phone call from the solicitor in inverted commas, and the performance, as it were, that was put on for you?
Kind of a mixture of anger and disbelief and the acknowledgement that his supervisors were in on it as well is quite something. Because that's not something I knew before now. DCI Groy meant absolutely nothing to me. I don't know. I can't...
Don't worry. We'll move on just with events over the next couple of days. So you collected him from the police station, and I understand from your witness statement that you then went back to Linden Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were in Linden Road, you and the other occupants of Linden Road and John Dines sat in the garden.
Yeah, it was a nice day, and we just sat in the garden chatting and, don't know.
Yeah. And I also understand that he then left with Norman Blair to go back and collect his car.
Yes.
From where he said...
Well, I think Norman came round to pick him up. I guess he probably must have phoned Norman or something. I
Sure.
Can't quite remember. Or maybe he might have phoned from my house.
But in any event, Norman did a helpful thing. He went off
Yes.
with John Dines to pick up his car from the place he was arrested. He said he was arrested. And I understand that the occupants of Linden Road also involved children.
They did. Yeah, there were young children at that time, so...
And did Dines, generally speaking, did he interact with the children when he was at Linden Road?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he babysat with me on occasions for them. So
With you? He didn't babysit for them on his own?
I don't think so.
But on this occasion, you were sitting in the garden, you were chatting, the children were there.
Yeah.
He's gone off with Norman to pick up his car, and then he came back again with Norman, is that correct? How was he presenting at this time, Miss Steel? Did he seem fairly upbeat, withdrawn?
He seemed okay, but I know after a little while I thought that maybe he was tired. And so I ended up, because living in a house full of people and children can get quite noisy, and if you've just had an experience that was a bit exhausting, noise can be a bit overwhelming. So I thought I'd invite him to my room, which was like the only other space I had available that was kind of quieter.
Yeah. So you were sensitive to what he'd been through.
Yeah.
And you wanted to accommodate that,
Yes.
give him some peace and quiet.
Yes.
What happened when you went up to your room? Did you continue chatting?
Yeah, we were chatting for a while, and then I was sitting on a cushion on the floor, and he was sitting on my bed. And after a while, he lay down, and then at some point, I thought he was asleep. And I didn't feel like I could disturb him.
Because of his ordeal?
Yeah. And so I ended up getting into bed beside him.
And was this a single bed?
It was a single bed, yeah.
Did you fall asleep next to him?
Yes.
If you don't feel comfortable asking this, please do not worry. But can I ask you what happened over the course of that night?
I know that at some point, we didn't have sex that night, but I know that at some point we were kind of kissing and cuddling.
And is it right to say that you consented to that because you believed him to be John Barker?
Yes. I think there was probably an element of I also wasn't confident enough to say no, but he was a friend as well. I imagine that I had mixed feelings about it.
And at that time you were 24?
Yes.
And you understood him to be 29?
Yes.
But in fact he was 34?
Yes.
And of course he was married, but you
Yes.
didn't know that at the time?
No.
I'd like to bring up an exhibit, please. It's UCPI 39789. Ms. Steel, you say this is dated 1991 sometime. Page 1, sorry, the next page from that.
It's because it's got the Clyde Circus address and we lived there in 1991.
I understand, yes. It's an undated letter, we can say that, but yes, that's very helpful. Top of page 1, it reads, Dear Helen, thanks for another nice day. It was good trying to remember our early days together, and yes, I think magical is about right. It describes my feelings pretty accurately. So in this letter, he's setting out some happy, cherished memories that you have. If we go to the bottom of page 1, he says, yes, I'm fatalistic about relationships, so tar for that. No, he says, tar for not booting me out of your room on the 6th of May. Given what I was going through at the time, I sort of felt weak about falling asleep on your bed that afternoon, evening. I also, if we could just go over the page, please. I also knew, however, that I could depend on you regardless of whether or not we would have shared some of our lives together later on. So I guess I must have felt pretty secure with you. You won't ever know what you did for me during April and May last year. Just being Helen, I suppose. Tar, thanks, Tar again. I love you so much. So I understand that's a reference to the events that you've described
Yes.
for us. Now, I understand from your witness statement, please correct me if I'm wrong, but that the first time you had sex with John Dines was the weekend of the 12th, 13th of May. Is that accurate?
That's about a week later. Yeah. Sorry.
Don't worry at all. Yeah, you put it in the context of he drove you to Winkwell for a walk
Right.
along a canal.
Okay, then yes.
And again, if I understand correctly, he instigated that.
He invited me to go out for a trip with him, yeah.
You also say in your witness statement, though, that even though that was the first time you had sex with him, you both considered the 6th of May to be the start of your relationship.
Yes.
I'd like to bring up, please, UCPI 39790. This is a Another Dines letter dated the 7th of May 1990. If we look at page 2...
This is 91.
Sorry, 91. Apologies, of course.
Yeah.
1991. And we can see on page 2, the beginning of the letter, hello, love, a year and a day on. So I'm just pointing that out because that confirms what you said, that here he is acknowledging.
Yes, that's when we thought the relationship started, yes.
And in the second paragraph, so many magic memories. I remember walking along the canal path near Berkhamsted, hugging each other as we walked. I remember I could never get comfortable. My arm was skew-whiff. Your jacket was pushed up your back. But I can also remember thinking that I wouldn't let go of you, apart from getting sunburnt at Camber Sands. So this reference to the canal path near Berkhamsted, is that the canal walk on Winkwell the following week?
Yeah.
Thank you, we can take that down. You have told us how, when he first asked you out in October 89, you rejected him. Had your feelings significantly changed by this stage?
I think yes, in the sense that I felt, I don't know, I think I felt I had some sort of sense of responsibility to...
And also, if I understand your evidence correctly up until this point, this is a man who is presenting as someone who has been through a lot.
Yes.
So he's lost 2 parents.
Yes.
He's been arrested. He's been held in Paddington Green Police Station.
Yeah, and I don't know. Don't.
And he knows you're an empathetic person. You also point out in your witness statement, Miss Steel, that you think you didn't realise this at the time, but looking back, you think you were quite vulnerable to his manipulation. Are you comfortable saying why you think you were vulnerable? Just some, you don't have to go through every single reason, but identifying.
I mean, experiences... I think I've set it out in my statement, and I think...
I understand. I mean, in any event, you were very young.
Yeah, I was young. I had experienced bullying and sexual assault, and that had kind of affected my self-esteem and my confidence as well, particularly in terms of, I think, relationships. So.
Dines, in his witness statement, refers to you being very confident and very strong-minded. But I'd like to bring up something to contrast with that.
Yeah, when he acknowledges that.
Yeah. So if we could bring up, please, UCPI 39797. And this is a letter he wrote to you, well, it's dated the 27th of August, 1991. It's page 1, about 2/3 down. And I'm not going to bring it up, but the place in his witness statement where he says that you were very strong-minded and confident and vocal is at paragraph 108. But just by way of contrast, if we could bring this up. Well, I'll read out the relevant extract, where he says this about you: yep, you're indecisive, but I figure, no right to expect it, or it to work really, that a bit of each rubs off on the other, and you might just get a bit more confident in yourself if you saw me just going for it. That's a bit unclear, he says that. I reckon it's just a lack of confidence, shyness, and by the time you're as crusty as me, you'll be just as up front.
Yeah.
So that shows that he was aware, actually, and this was written in 1991, that you were not a confident person and that you were
Yes,
shy.
that's right.
Was that something you talked to him about, or just something he observed?
I think it's what he observed, but we may have spoken about it. That letter's at the time when he kind of first started disappearing, and so we kind of, I don't know, discussed feelings about that at the time.
I'd like to look now at some of the references to your youth, Miss Steel, in the correspondence.
Yeah.
If we could bring up, please, UCPI. Oh no, actually, don't worry about that. I'll bring up some of his letters. So if we could bring up 39784. This is a fake card from his ex, who he told you was his ex, Debbie,
Yes.
but was in fact his, at that time, wife.
Yes.
So I understand that what he would do is get his wife and her mother-in-law to write letters and then send them.
His ex-wife told me that that he would write a letter in draft form, give it to them, and ask them to put it in their own handwriting and send it back.
If we could go to the next page of that, please. On the, page after that, and then the left-hand side, halfway down, she writes, she's talking about Aunt Dorothy. She's saying, you have quite an appreciation society here, all two of us, meaning her, pretending to be Barker's ex, and Aunt Dorothy. She said something about getting a dirty phone call from you late one night, and I used to think you were pretty sound for a guy, and I didn't know you were into older women either. From what I hear, though, I gather you really prefer younger ones. So you say that that's a reference to his having told this person, allegedly, that he's got a younger girlfriend.
Yes.
Just for clarity, it's unrelated to that, but did he tell you that Aunt Dorothy was a blood relative or just a friend that he called Aunt?
I was never sure, to be honest. He just called her Aunt Dorothy, and I didn't actually question it at all.
Sure.
And it was only at the point when I was searching for him that I realised that I didn't know whether it was a direct blood relative or whether it was just someone called Aunt through familiarity.
Sure. If we could bring up, we can take that down, please, and bring up another letter from Dines. This is UCPI 39786. This is a letter dated the 27th of March, 1991. And it reads, thanks for a lovely letter. I feel oh so guilty fraternising with a young person. I really do feel ancient now. Your note reader, I can't read that word, baffles me. Still I am a bit thick, but I'll try again tomorrow morning. So there's a reference to that. Again, he's referring here to your youth. I'd just like to bring up one more example, please, which is UCPI 39789. This is the undated letter, but the one we know is from 1991. Second paragraph. Now, he's started the letter off reliving some memories, and then he says, these days, this is the second paragraph, these days might not be quite so heady, but I still ... You could put in any of about 10 words in there. Sometimes I think I could spend every minute of every day with you. I guess that means I'm still infatuated with you, even though I bugger off to building sites all over the country and leave you on your lonesome. It's nice coming back, though, seeing your lovely face, but you did look so young. I just guess that makes me doubly lucky. You can take that down, please. You've also exhibited, well, we'll bring this up for completeness, it's 39793. That's UCPI. So this is, if I understand correctly, this is some wrapping paper from a present he gave you. And we can see that he's crossed out happy 16th and put 26th, because this was for your 26th birthday.
Yeah.
So we can take that down, thank you. This gives the impression that he, for whatever reason, raised the fact of your relative youth.
Yeah, it was something
A
he
lot.
used to comment on frequently.
Did he? In
Yes.
person as well?
Yes, yes.
What did you make... Sorry.
It was something he would frequently comment on when we woke up together, having slept together for the night. He would comment on how young I looked, and that was actually also when he generally initiated sex with me.
At the time, obviously, you thought he was only 5 years
Yes.
older than you. What did you make of it at the time?
I just thought it was a bit jokey, but
Yeah.
didn't really make anything of it. I know because I had previously turned down relationships with men who were 10 years older than me.
Yeah.
That, had I known his real age, I would not have entered a relationship with him, because it felt like the age gap and life experience gap was kind of too big. At that point in my life, anyway.
Yeah. Looking back now, knowing that he was in fact 10 years older than you, you say in your witness statement you feel that he was fetishising your youth. Is that fair to say?
I think he was enjoying sexually exploiting me, and the fact that I was young. Yeah.
In your witness statement, you say that very quickly, within a couple of weeks of the sexual relationship beginning, that he declared his love for you.
Yes.
In Deep Deception, you say that the first time he did this was on a bus.
Yeah.
What was your reaction then when he announced his love?
I was kind of surprised, but it also made me feel good about myself. That this was someone who, I don't know, liked me and had strong feelings for me.
Yeah. When he first declared his love for you, did you feel you were in love with him at that stage?
Not immediately, no. For me, I think, well, I remember that the holiday in Barra was particularly kind of, just seemed so sort of idyllic and blissful, and you know, he really seemed to love and care about me, and after that it felt like, you know, this was like a much more serious relationship than I'd had with anyone previously.
We'll look at some of your photographs from that holiday in a short while. In your witness statement, you comment on the fact that one of the things you liked about him, and indeed came to love about him, was that he was interested in your life, but also that you seemed to share an enthusiasm for the same sorts of activities.
Yeah. I mean, I like walking in the countryside. I like, you know, beautiful places, and he seemed to be keen to take me to, you know, beautiful places.
Yeah. So it seemed you had lots in common.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, he took me to an animal sanctuary one time, and I liked animals as well, so
And you also say that he gave every impression of being very open and very comfortable with expressing his feelings.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can see it in the letters that he talks all the time about his feelings for me, and I don't think I'd ever experienced anything quite like that before.
Yet.
And it had an impact on me. I felt, here was someone who genuinely loved and cared about me.
So in many ways, he's presenting almost as the ideal man.
Yeah.
You say also that in the early stage of the relationship, he seemed to feel more strongly about you than you did about him.
Yeah, definitely.
But now you recognise that as love bombing.
Well, when I looked back through the letters and read them all again, knowing who he really was,
Yeah.
it was just so striking that how much, the extent that he'd gone to shower me with love and affection and yeah.
I mean, it's striking
Yeah.
from the letters, just reading it as a third party. Looking now at the amount of time you spent together as a couple, in your witness statement, you helpfully separate these into different periods of time according to where you were living. So the first period of time you identify as May to June 1990 in Linden Road. And you say in your witness statement that during these months you spent more time together alone as a couple, and obviously once the relationship became sexual, you spent more time alone together.
Yeah.
How much time together were you spending, roughly, in this period? Every night, most nights?
No, I
two?
think in the first period he would generally come round. I mean, he probably used to come back to my house after London Greenpeace meetings, and then probably at the weekend as well. So probably 2 or 3 nights a week.
Okay. And I understand...
And maybe for a day at the weekend as well. So.
And at this stage, I think I understand from your witness statement, you've very carefully dissected it, that he was living in the Castlewood Road address.
Yeah,
in N16.
I don't remember visiting his place during that period. The only time I remember going to Castlewood Road is the time that I helped him move in.
Right, so it follows from that when you did spend time together as a couple, it was always at Linden Road.
Yes.
Just looking at some of the activities that you undertook together at this time, just to give a flavour of the relationship, you set these out in your witness statement at paragraphs 228 to 230. You say on Monday, the 7th of May 1990, you spent the day at Alexandra Palace Park. On Sunday, the 13th of May 1990, at his suggestion, he drove you to Winkwell. We've referred to that, to the canal walk.
Yes.
Tuesday, the 15th of May, you say that you worked together at your allotment. And I understand you kept a diary, and the reason you're able to recall this is because...
It's in my diary, yes.
Yeah.
Or it's from photographs where I've got the date on them all.
You provided a photograph of him at your allotment. I don't think we need to bring that up, but for reference, that's 39872. I'm sorry to ask, this is a personal question, but once your sexual relationship began, did you have sex every time when you saw him?
Well, every night when I saw him.
I mean, when you were alone together.
Yeah.
Who instigated the sex?
In general, it would be him.
Did you use contraception?
So, for the first part of the relationship, yes, we did. Then after we started talking about living together for the rest of our lives, and he initiated conversations about having children, we didn't always use contraception. I had read about the sorry, my mind's gone blank.
The rhythm method.
The rhythm method, and that, you know, in theory you can't get pregnant on certain phases of your cycle.
Yeah.
And so sometimes we would have sex without contraception.
Okay. Again, we'll look at that again when we come to the later stages of the relationship, but thank you. And again, I'm sorry to ask this question. Did he provide the condoms on the whole?
Yes.
Now, there was a reference to this in one of his letters, which we'll look at, but also you cite from your diary, I think, that on the 20th of May 1990, he drove you to Camber Sands.
Yes.
And you say that he drove you back and you slept together in your bed that night.
Yes.
I'd just like to bring it up again. We've looked at this before, but it's a different section. So UCPI 39790. This is the letter dated the 7th of May 1991. Page 2, please, second paragraph. This is where he's setting out happy memories. He refers to that walk by the Winkwell Canal. Then he says, apart from getting sunburnt at Camber Sands and getting sand in some funny places, I remember arriving back through Hackney on the way home and I put Van Morrison on. I deliberately played the song which went, take away my sadness, fill my heart with gladness, ease my troubles, that's what you do. Well, you did all those things in the week before we got together, but I was sure that at the time you thought Van was rubbish and that the song was even worse. There I was, some inadequate romantic with this hardcore feminist who couldn't be reached. How wrong can you be? So that reference to Camber Sands and that trip is the one you refer to.
And his explicit reference to basically manipulating me into having feelings for him.
Yeah. And acknowledging there that you did have feelings when he says, how wrong can you be?
Yeah, that's true.
That he knew you felt strongly about him.
Yeah.
Also, he's portraying himself here as a romantic. Was that something at the time you believed him to be?
I'm not sure I thought about it in those terms, but
No.
he definitely seemed like, you know, he was affectionate and seemed to care about me and seemed to care about our relationship as well.
I'd just like to explore now the discrete issue of the stolen car,
Right.
Ms. Still.
Yes.
You say this in your witness statement, and it links to this trip to Camber Sands. You say the following morning after Camber Sands, so that would be the 21st of May, 1990, you say, we discovered that Dines' car had been stolen from outside my house. He reported it stolen to the police. The next day, the police rang to say it had been found in the woods near Broxbourne, near Hertfordshire. So we caught the train to Broxbourne, then had a long walk to where the car had been reported as abandoned. And then I understand that you thought you'd be able to drive it away.
Yeah, we got there and we thought we'd be able to drive it back, but in fact the wheels had been stolen and so we couldn't take it back.
Yeah.
I remember that what I thought was his favourite blue checked overshirt,
Right, yeah.
was in the back of the vehicle, and I said to him, well, don't leave that there because it's your favourite jacket, and he took it, and then the next day, because the wheels had been stolen, Norman drove us, all three of us, back to the car, stopping at a garage on the way to buy 4 wheels.
Yeah.
But when we got back to the car, it had been burnt out.
Right. Yeah, and the jacket you refer to, we've seen that in a number of the photographs, is checked.
Yes.
That's the one.
I think it also appears in the Tradecraft manual about the benefits of wearing a checked shirt. I don't quite know why, but it does get a mention.
How did he react when his car was stolen? Like, did he seem horrified or?
Not really. I don't think so. I don't remember anything kind of extreme emotion about it. Being very upset.
You say he reported it to the police. Did he make that call in front of you, or was that just something he told you that he'd done?
I can't remember, but I think I would have assumed that as well from the fact that we got the call the next day to say that they'd found the vehicle.
Yeah. Again, this is another example of you and Norman indeed putting yourselves out and being very kind
to help him out. Yeah.
He's yet again in a difficult position. You say in Deep Deception that this made you feel very sorry for him.
Yeah. It just felt like he was having like a real run of bad luck.
Yeah. Now, I just want to, because you have again very helpfully chronicled what happened and the dates that this happened, I just want to look at some of the SDS documents, because as you point out in your witness statement, there's a striking lack of documentation around any theft of a vehicle of John Dines, but there is some, I think, relevant documentation relating to his vehicles. John Dines does say in his witness statement, so he says it at paragraph 120, and he says that he had a number of different vehicles throughout his deployment, and he says that he does recall having his car stolen. Now, you also say in your witness statement that on the 19th of March 1990, according to your diary, so this is moving back a couple of months,
yes,
that after an incident whereby you'd driven Dines home from the pub and been given a producer, the day after...
I went to the pub with Dines and Norman.
Yeah.
And Dines drove us there.
Yeah.
But was then drinking, and he then asked me to drive his car for him because he said he drunk too much.
Right.
So I said, okay, because I was drinking orange juice.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, well, I'll drive you back to your place, that's fine. And then we got back to his road, and it's like a back street, and there was like a police stop.
Yeah.
And they gave me a producer. And after all this, I was just like, well, that was quite obviously set up for some reason.
Yeah.
Because I hadn't driven his vehicle before.
Yeah.
And I don't think I drove his vehicle any other time either.
I'm not going to take us through now. There's some evidence. So the licence plate number on that producer, there is a record in a Dines report of that being Norman Blair's car. But, well, I'll park that for the time being, no pun intended. But if we go just back to this issue of Dines' stolen car, but we can return to that.
Okay.
Your diary records that on the 19th of March 1990, Dines had a new car. Yeah. And so that was the car that was then stolen from outside your house overnight when you went to Camber Sands and afterwards. Just bringing up the SDS annual report. This is from... Oh, no, sorry, this isn't the annual report. This is just an SDS document, which is MPS 0731781, dated the 12th of July, 1989. This refers to Dines' first, what I understand to be his first cover vehicle. And we can see in paragraph 1 that on the 12th of July 1989 at 2 p.m, his Ford Transit minibus was parked on Caledonian Road. So obviously that's where the London Greenpeace meetings were held. So he says where it was parked. If we just go to the next paragraph, on returning to the vehicle, I found uniformed police in attendance reporting details of a collision apparently caused when a Colt Gallant car collided with it. And we understand we can take that down. Now, it looks from that reporting that car was then a write-off, and then he didn't have a vehicle, which is why he rented that van to take you on the grouse shoot.
Right.
But then we can see from the annual report from 89 to 90 that there's a new car purchased. I don't think we need to bring it up, but I'll bring the reference. It's MPS 0730905, page 26. There's a new vehicle purchased on the 17th of March 1990 for £2,950. So that would seem to be the car. That would align with what you say about his turning up with a new car on the 19th of March. You've then given evidence that the car was stolen from outside your address, and obviously that the SDS know that that's your address, stolen from overnight between the 20th and the 21st of May 1990. If we just look at the annual report for 1990 to 1991, I will bring this up. This is MPS 0728958, page 24. This is the section of the annual reports where they talk about vehicles. The VRNs are redacted, but we can see in the section at the bottom half of the page where it says vehicles disposed of during the period, we can tell from the purchase date, because there it is, the purchase date is there, it's the second one down, 17th of the 3rd, 90. It's redacted how it was disposed of, but in any event, it was disposed of in that financial year. So
there's no record of...
No, of how or why. There's no documents relating to it. It's obviously quite anomalous that a car purchased in March 1990 is being disposed of within such a short period of time.
And that there's no records of it as well.
Yeah. So that's a question for the managers at the time about any recollection. We have asked some of the managers from the T2 period whether or not they recall anything to do with this, because obviously you make the point that the car was stolen from outside of your address.
Yes, so if they were paying any attention, they ought to have been asking him why he was staying at my home overnight.
Yeah. Looking at some other incidents from this period, the summer of 1990. Your witness statement, you say that on the 8th of June 1990, he asked you to go with him to his solicitor's office to Victoria to collect his passport.
Yes.
What reason did he give?
He told me that his passport had been confiscated when he was arrested and that they had somehow lost it, and so they were going to issue a replacement passport.
Okay.
But he had to go to this solicitor's to pick it up.
And did you meet this solicitor? Did you go inside the offices?
I went inside the reception area.
Yeah.
I know that it was quite a large reception, and it was much, much posher or fancier than any of the solicitors' offices that I'd ever been to before. Yeah. And I remember that I asked him about why he'd used those solicitors rather than Bernberg's or Bindman's or any of the solicitors that protesters usually used. And he said something to the effect of, or he was given the number by a friend at work or something like that.
And did he show you the passport once?
Yes. When he'd got it, I remember him showing it to me on the tube on the way back, and we were just like, I don't know, as you do, laughing about the photograph and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And it gave the details of Philip John Barker.
Yes, Derby.
9th of January,
Derby, yeah.
1960 in Derby.
Yeah.
Relating to the point you made earlier. The holiday in Barra now, so this took place that summer, the 11th to the 23rd of June, 1990. Who instigated that holiday?
Dimes.
You say in your witness statement that, and you have made the point in your oral evidence, that he instigated a lot of the holidays that you had together.
I didn't actually, I don't think I instigated any of the holidays. I didn't really have, I don't know, the confidence or...
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. If we could bring up, this is just a photo just of a scene in Barra. So this is UCPI 39859. The next page, please. I think this is a postcard.
That's the postcard that we sent to
your
Pete.
friend, yeah.
Yeah.
So to see how idyllically beautiful it is, I mean, it's
Yes.
extraordinary. We might return to that postcard, but for the time being, if you take that down, if we could bring up UCPI 39860. Now, there's a number of photographs here, if I'll just go through them all, because they're very illuminating. So, obviously, I understand you took most of these photographs, is that right?
I was quite a keen photographer.
Well, they're lovely photographs, I mean, save for subject matter and something. If we could just move through, because I think there's a number, This is the famous picture because it's in Deep Deception. Famous, sorry, isn't quite the right word, but it's in Deep Deception.
Yeah.
And you point out, and it is very true, that you look incredibly young.
Yeah, it was really only looking at it, after I knew he was, that I can, and also after I'm older, that I can see how much younger than him I look. Yeah.
And he does look considerably more weathered than you.
Yes.
If we can move on, just run through them all. So there's another one of Dines. Is that it? Okay, so that gives a sense of the beauty of the place and just the pleasant activities. There's another one I'd like to bring up. I think it's UCPI 39... Oh, no, okay, it hasn't come up, then I'm not sure. Don't worry. There's one, I think, of him pushing a bike up a hill, because I understand there was a very steep hill leading up to Castle Bay.
Yeah, it was quite a long trek from the cottage that we were staying in to get to Castle Bay, which was the nearest shop.
Right.
So,
the photograph of you together, I realise this is difficult, but you do say in your witness statement, the one we just looked at, where you look particularly young, that used to be a very treasured possession.
It was it meant a lot to me. At the time, it represented probably what was like one of the happiest days of my life, with somebody who I loved and who I thought loved me. And then, looking at it now, it just, I don't know, I can't quite get my head around the way he's just like looking at the camera, and he knew who he was, and I don't know, I can't.
Yeah, it's impossible to process. You describe in your witness statement that this was blissful.
Yeah.
And again, I apologise for the personal question, but were you having sex with each other on this trip?
We had sex a lot of times on that trip, yeah.
And again, was that largely instigated by him?
Yes.
I understand from your evidence earlier in your witness statement that you believe you properly fell in love with him here.
Yes, and actually friends have remarked on the fact that they thought that was a change in the nature of the relationship after that holiday as well.
Yeah, so again, shifted a gear, became more intense, more close. If I could bring up, please...
We were basically alone together for, I think it was 12 days.
Yeah.
And, and we spent all the time doing really pleasurable things in a really beautiful environment, and him seeming to care about me and, expressing his love for me.
Yeah.
And, it felt like a really happy experience.
And again, were there any disagreements, any
Not that I
crosswords?
remember. Not that I remember. I remember it as really idyllic.
If we could bring up, please, UCPI 39790, dated the 5th of July 1991. There's a letter from him. I just want to take you to just where he refers to it. Page 3, the third sentence down. Again, he's going through the happy memories. He says, I remember a great holiday in Barra, cycling along the roads with someone I loved. Beautiful, lovely, terrific days. So clearly, he's presenting it as a very treasured, cherished memory for him. He doesn't mention this holiday in his inquiry witness statement. You say in your... We can take that down now, thank you. You say in your witness statement that on the return journey you caught the overnight ferry back to Oban, then the train to Glasgow, and from there you hitchhiked back to London.
Yes.
There's a photograph of him, I don't think we need to bring it up, but it's at 39861. This is the photo of him with the M6 tar sign.
Yeah.
So that's him hitchhiking back.
Yeah.
And you say in your witness statement in paragraph 235 that you stopped at Rothwell Services in between lifts where he bought a cup of coffee. I was feeling exhausted through lack of sleep, and he suggested I put my head down on his lap. When I got up again, he gave me a poem he had written on a napkin. If I could bring that up, that's 39775. Dated the 23rd of the 6th, 1990. And he's written, to watch again the evening sun set on the Isle of Barra, to gaze its clear seas lapping upon her shores, to tread its white beaches, to ride its quiet ways, to stroll its rocks, to scale its bends, to dream again with you again, my Helen, again on Barra. So, again, very loving, very thoughtful.
More love bombing, yeah.
Yeah. We could take that down, please. And again, if we could just bring up one of his letters, which just echoes what you're saying, which is UCPI 39790. It's dated the 5th of July 1991, page 2. The bottom of the page, the bottom paragraph, he says, I remember snuggling up to you at those grotty services at Rothwell/Bothwell. You were asleep. I felt real close to you, despite the sniggers of the acid house crew who were queuing up behind us. So, is that a reference to the incident that you described?
Yeah. He's trying to evoke more feelings in me for past events.
If we could take that down, please. I was going to bring up a report that he wrote around this time to draw a contrast. It's a point you make in your witness statement. I don't want to distress you needlessly. Would you rather I didn't bring that up?
I think I know the one you mean. I think it's
He
okay.
talks about you and Andrew Clark in it.
Yes. No, I think that's okay.
Okay. The report is UCPI 25306. It's dated the 5th of June 1990. So it's around this period. If we look at paragraph 3, it says it's... Okay, we don't need to look at that. If we look at paragraph 4, although Steel and Clark continue to reside in the same household at P. Linden Road, they no longer appear to have a personal relationship. Well, obviously this is very soon after your sexual relationship with John Dines has begun. And occasionally they are not even on speaking terms. Consequently, the likelihood of this one-time formidable political activist duo participating together in any direct action is now remote. Clark is a pedantic, temperamental individual who is more intelligent and academic than his former lover and has become highly politicised since his release from prison in April 1989. I take that down. I don't think we need to dwell on this, but the point is the contrast.
It's a stark contrast between the letters he's writing me at the time. I think actually on the next page he talks about something about me rarely making contributions to, and I think and lacking any original thought. I can't remember.
I'll bring it up.
wording.
It's fine. We can look at it. I know what you mean. If we could just bring that up against paragraph 5. This tendency towards reactive type campaigning by Steel is well exemplified by her regular attendance at all manner of meetings, demonstrations and pickets. In fact, she probably surpasses any other anarchist commitment in that area. That said, although most frequently in attendance, she rarely contributes any original thinking, but readily undertakes supportive roles, which are often material in the success or failure of the particular initiative in hand. And then she's currently heavily involved in the Trafalgar Square Defence Campaign. Is that the bit you meant?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is essentially, I did feel supporting other people that were going through a difficult time was a role that I could usefully do.
Yeah.
But his assumption, he confuses not having the confidence to speak in a meeting with not actually being able to think like, political thoughts and I think that just, I don't know, I can't put it into words at the moment.
No, I understand that he's mistaking. Yeah, he's misinterpreting it. Plus the fact that he himself seems to have a thing about being thick in some of his reports, so it seems like he's got a chip on his shoulder about that. I think it's now time for a break, sir.
Yes. Like quarter of an hour break?
Yes, that would be good, thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Quarter of an hour.
Just something I need to make clear, just for the record. When I was discussing with you, Ms. Steel, the property tag, which is reference UCPI 39877, and that bears the name DCI Groy. I should emphasise we don't know that that is a reference to DCI Grey. That's just a working theory, but obviously we can't confirm that. So I want to just make that clear.
Yes.
Moving now to the next phase of the relationship, when
just to say in relation to that, he can't have staged that whole thing on his own. There has to have been somebody else that was involved with it.
In July, we understand that John Dines moved into the address at Burgoyne Road.
Yes, that's what he calls the Finsbury Park address.
And he refers to that a lot in his evidence. And he lived there from July to December 1990.
Yes.
This was an address just off Green Lanes, and it had its own toilet, kitchen and garden, even though it was a bedsit.
Yeah.
I understand from your witness statement that you had this place to yourselves, essentially.
Yes. In terms of like a bath or a shower, you had to share that with the other bedsits in the house, but everything else was basically self-contained.
How much time would you spend together once he'd moved to this address? Did it change? Did you spend more time together? Same amount of time?
Shortly after he moved in, he gave me a set of keys to the both the outside door and the flat or bedsit door. He invited me to come over whenever I wanted to. There was like a little yellow notepad that was there that we used to leave notes for each other on, if we were there independently of each other, and then because it was much more private than my shared house. And because our relationship was developing, I started spending more time around there, and I would stay there more frequently.
How often would you say, roughly? 4 nights a week?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's hard to say, and I think it would vary, but I would spend more days with him as well there.
And you had, as you say, you had more privacy there than you had at Linden Road.
Yes.
You say in your witness statement around this time he said he'd secured work at Mirror Printworks in Oldham.
Yes.
So he started to go away for periods of time.
Yeah, he would go away for 2, 3, 4, sometimes up to a week at a time, saying that he was working at the Mirror Printworks in Oldham.
Right. And when he was away for those periods of time, would he ring you? Yep,
he would generally ring me fairly regularly. And he also sometimes wrote letters when he was away.
I know that those notes that you referred to on the yellow notepad, he refers to that in one of his letters. I'm not going to bring that up now.
Right.
But you refer also in your witness statement to you both going away around September 1990.
Yes.
You were driving an Asian women's group to Cornwall.
Yes, I did voluntary driving work with Haringey Community Transport, and I got asked if I would drive this Asian women's group on a holiday to Cornwall.
Right.
So I did that.
Right. And so you drove them there, stayed there on the holiday, and then drove them back again?
Yes.
And drove them around?
Well, I drove them around on the holiday as well, yeah.
And there's, again, correspondence which you exhibit, which shows that he was purporting around this time to be spending time with his aunt, Dorothy.
Yes. He told me she was over visiting the UK, and he wanted to go and see her.
Don't worry if you can't remember this, but do you have any recollection of when you first discovered that her surname was Wolstenholme?
No, I can't remember.
Can you remember whether it was something he told you or something you saw on
I think he told me.
correspondence?
I think he told me, but there again, maybe I saw it on a letter. It's not on either of the ones that I've... Oh, well, it wouldn't be on the one from...
No.
there.
It's not on the exhibits, and there seem to be, on the STS documents, there are varying accounts of how that name became known. But if you can't remember, don't worry.
I know that what they've said, that it was through Norman getting some newsletter or something, is not correct. I got it from Dines.
Right, okay, but that's helpful. Well, that reference is... Yeah, he said that. He said that there was some inadvertently addressed mail. And there's a reference, MPS 0749425, which is dated the 11th of March 2003. This is one of the Muscat documents.
Yeah.
And it's written, I think this is what you're referring to, it says HB, as in Hawke's Bay, which was one of the code names they came up for him. Thinks that Dorothy may even have put her name and address on the back of one of the envelopes, as he recalls a series of conversations with Norman Blair about the famous sports commentator of the same surname, who was an acquaintance of Norman Blair's dad.
Right.
For some considerable...
didn't know any of that until I read that in that document.
Yeah. So as far as you're concerned, you found out
I definitely found it out from him.
Just a very quick, discrete topic, Dines' back injury.
Right.
I know you say in your witness statement that he did sometimes complain of
a bad back,
bad backs, and you also set out what he was doing at the time when Martin Gray said he visited him, making a welfare, where he didn't say that, where it's recorded in his diary that he made a welfare visit to him. I don't want to dwell on that. I just want to ask, do you know, or did he ever give you an account of how he received that injury?
I think I had the impression it was something to do with the building work he was doing, but I can't quite remember.
Just, this is what it says in Martin Gray's Hearn statement, just to
Right.
see if this jogs a memory for you. It says, under the heading, John Dines, Gray attributes it to, he says, he fell with others through a flat roof when storing placards used in demonstrations and pickets.
I never heard that, no.
I'd like to move now to McLibel and the service of the writs. We know that they were served on the 20th of September,
Yes.
1990. We understand that when you were served with these writs, you were stepping out of Dines' van
Yes,
outside the address on Burgoyne Road.
that's right. So I had been at home in Linden Road,
Yeah.
and my housemates had commented that there were kind of dodgy people hanging around outside that seemed to have been hanging around for a while. And we were, speculating about who they might be and what they were doing. And then Paul Gravitt turned up with a copy of the writ that he had been served. And I can't quite remember. We were having some sort of conversation, and then at some point Dines arrived, and we asked him whether he'd seen the dodgy people outside, and he said he hadn't seen anyone. And I can't remember exactly how long it was, but at some point he said to me, why don't you come back to my bedsit?
Right.
And so I got in the van with him and drove to Burgoyne Road.
Yeah.
And I remember that there wasn't a parking space right outside his place, so we were parked a little bit further up the hill. And where he parked, there was like a plane tree that kind of stopped me from opening the passenger door properly. So I was I was sort of turning around to get out of the van door, and this guy appeared in front of me and said, Helen, and I was just like, well, who's this, like what? And I didn't answer, and he threw an envelope at my feet, and then he walked away, and I picked it up, and we then went into Dines' bedsit.
Yeah.
And I can remember him saying how angry he was that we'd been followed back there and that they were spying on us.
Did he seem genuinely angry?
He seemed angry, yeah. I know later, I mean, obviously it took a bit of time to read all the paperwork.
Yeah.
But after that, he was asking me what I wanted to do about it or what I was going to do about it. And I just sort of thought, well, I can't really make a decision now. I don't know the first thing about libel law. Need to get some legal advice. And then I remembered that Tim Green was going to be at the meeting of the Trafalgar Square Defendants Campaign the next day in Tottenham Community Project. Yeah. And so I went there and we spoke to him there. Right.
Yes, I want to look at that in a bit more detail. Now, it's the evidence in relation to when Dines knew about McDonald's infiltrating London Greenpeace. There's a lot of conflict there. I'm not going to go through it all with you because I don't think you can speak to a lot of it. But there are contradictions. But we do know, at the very least, that Dines, he admits to being told by HN67, with whom he was close, so they were football buddies, they were good friends. And he says in his witness statement that he was told soon afterwards, the service of the writs, by HN67, that HN67 wanted to apologise to him because he'd been aware of agents infiltrating London Greenpeace and reporting on them. He knew about this. He was involved in Operation Carnaby, which was done in conjunction with McDonald's, identifying activists potentially involved in the poll tax disorder. And Dines says this in his witness statement at paragraph 96.1. He said he wanted to apologise to him, and he advised me that they were aware, so these spies were not who he was, as in John Dines was John Barker, was not John Barker, it was John Dines, that I was an undercover officer. Mr. HN67, who was in C Squad at that time, apologised for not advising me at the outset. Until this point, I did not know that my reporting might be provided to McDonald's. So that's what he says.
Yeah, I mean, I know I've seen a report before the writs are served showing that the SDS did know that we were about to be served with the writs.
Are you talking about the HN67 report just before?
Yeah.
Do you want me to bring that up?
Yeah.
So that is MPS 0740446. So this is by HN67. It's dated the 19th of September, so it's the day.
It's actually the day when I think they were intending to serve the writs, isn't it? Because I have set out in my statement that, in fact, the day before we got the writs, we had all been at the London Greenpeace meeting when these strange people had appeared in the building. Yeah. But because we'd not moved rooms as anticipated, they weren't sure whether they'd got the right people, and so they left without serving the writs.
Yeah. So I think what this shows, we'll have a look at it, but is that HN67 was receiving intelligence from McDonald's investigators. But we'll look at it. So it's dated the 19th of September. It reads, the following information has been received from a reliable source. McDonald's, the multinational hamburger corporation, are currently investigating the activities of London Greenpeace. Such investigations are being undertaken in response to a vitriolic leaflet campaign by London Greenpeace against McDonald's, which is causing much concern within the corporation because of the outrageous claims, the threats implied in the leaflets, and the worldwide extent of their distribution. Investigation conducted on behalf of McDonald's by Tyson Legal Services, then it gives an address, have suggested that a hard core of 5 members of London Greenpeace are responsible for the publishing and distribution of these leaflets. These members are so identified: Helen Steel, Dave Morris, Paul Gravitt, Andrew Clark, Jonathan O'Farrell. Application is currently being made to obtain punitive writs and injunctions prohibiting further publication of such leaflets by the above-mentioned individuals. If granted by the courts, McDonald's hope to serve these legal papers on Thursday, the 20th of September 1990, either before or after the weekly meeting of London Greenpeace. And then it says arrangements are in hand to monitor events arising from these legal proceedings.
Yes, which is presumably a reference to Dines.
Well, we'll look at some of his subsequent reporting in light of that. But we can see that this is signed off by HN67.
Yes. Can I just mention that Tyson Legal Services, they were one of the firms employed by McDonald's to infiltrate London Greenpeace. And Alan Clare, who he was the only one of the private investigators that were employed by Tyson's, and he is the person that was liaising with the police over Operation Carnaby, and there was a two-way flow of information that is what resulted in us bringing the claim against the Metropolitan Police in 1999.
When you sued them?
When we sued them over sharing of private and confidential information.
And I understand,
and they didn't mention any of this in those proceedings. At no time did they disclose to us during those proceedings that they had all these reports.
And this report wasn't disclosed to you in these
proceedings? No, it wasn't,
proceedings?
no.
And also, if I understand correctly, there were two private investigator firms spying on London Greenpeace, and they didn't know
King's
about
Investigation Bureau was the other one.
Right.
Yes.
And they didn't know, they were deliberately unaware of each other's existence because of Sid Nicholson.
Sid Nicholson, McDonald's head of security, took the decision not to tell them about each other's existence.
Yeah. So in any event, this line about arrangements are in hand to monitor events, and Dines' comment in his witness statement, I think we can take that down, thank you, where he says, until this point, I did not know that my reporting might be provided to McDonald's, suggests that from that point on, he did know that his reporting might go to McDonald's.
Yes.
If we look also at, this is a file note, this is from the Muscat documents, just bring it up quickly, it's MPS 0011302. Page 3, just the penultimate bullet point. So this is a note written by DI HM53 on the 13th of December 2002. And he's written this. This is in the context of you being in New Zealand and searches you're conducting, but he makes this point. As with the dropping of the poll tax charge, Barker's deliberate omission from the McDonald's libel writ list will have added to those suspicions.
Yes, I mean, I wasn't suspicious at the time that he was left off the McLibel writ. However, I think it's clear that there was his involvement with the anti-McDonald's campaign was probably greater than mine.
Dines's?
Yes.
Yeah.
And certainly in terms of, you know, he would regularly answer letters and send out the fact sheet, which wasn't something that I did.
Yeah.
You know, if there wasn't some sort of collusion on this, he would have been on. Right.
It would have made sense for him to be
sued as well.
List.
Yeah. But at the time, I just thought, well, it's the luck of the draw, isn't it?
Sure. So you weren't suspicious. You just thought he'd somehow got away with it.
Yeah.
Well, this is a question for HM53 when he gives evidence, but this would suggest there was exactly collusion to keep him off. Will you take that down, please? Now, I'd like to just bring up a Dines report. This is UCPI 26697. This is a report dated the 27th of July 1990. So this is before the service of the writs. And he says in paragraph 2, during 1990, London Greenpeace has not played a particularly significant role within London's anarchist movement. But it's paragraph 4 I'm particularly interested in. 26697. It should be in the... It was in the T2 bundle, if that helps. Well, in any event, I'll read out paragraph 4. It reads, weekly meetings of London Greenpeace are composed of a handful of die-hard anarchists and the occasional interloper on behalf of the McDonald's restaurant chain, seeking out the organisers of the annual World Day of Action and the worldwide propaganda mail-out, which, as ever, is being undertaken by Paul Gravitt. Following the departure from the group of a man known vaguely as Privacy, I think we don't need a privacy redaction there. I think that might say Tony. It was overzealous privacy redacting at an early stage, but I think that's a reference to one
Anthony.
of the spies, Anthony.
Right, yeah.
And assumed to be a McDonald's spy, egotistical activists have concluded that a woman named Jan, I think that is,
Yes.
has replaced him. In her mid-30s, politically naive and unsubtle, she fulfills the model infiltrator in the minds of some paranoid individuals. I mean, putting to one side the irony of him saying you're paranoid
Yes.
and egotistical when he himself is an undercover officer writing this report.
Yes. And it was him that first raised the idea that McDonald's might be infiltrating the group.
Yes, well, indeed, you pointed that out earlier.
Yes. I mean, we had felt suspicious about some of the people who were attending, but we didn't we didn't think it was McDonald's. We didn't think of McDonald's.
My question is, at this stage, so this is late July 1990, when he says the occasional interloper on behalf of the McDonald's chain, which he states in terms of certainty.
So he clearly does know that.
Yes, so did that reflect your state of knowledge at the time, or even your state of suspicion?
No, the only suspicion relating to McDonald's was what he raised with me that time that we were followed by the private investigator.
Right.
After the London Greenpeace meeting, and I speculated about who it would be, and he said probably McDonald's.
Right, and that, as you said earlier, that was the first time that had even entered.
I had no idea in July that any or all of these people were from McDonald's.
Yeah. I mean, this is a point I can make quickly, but we know now from McLibel and subsequently and from your witness statement that there were a number of McDonald's spies over that period from late 89.
Yes.
Most until, I think, the service of the Ritz or thereabouts.
Yes, most of them left fairly soon after the service of the Ritz, with the exception of Shelley Hooper, who continued for, I think it was until May the following year. And she was actually also in a relationship with somebody in the group.
Yeah.
She was a former police officer as well.
Yeah. And I know you can't see her that well, she's in one of your photographs.
Yes.
Taken outside.
Well, I think it's actually one of McDonald's photographs. It could be mine.
Yeah, that was given, yes.
Right.
Might be the one we looked at earlier. So we know there were a number of spies: Anthony Pocklington, Brian Bishop, Alan Clare, Frances Tiller, who is known as Jan, Jack Russell, and Michelle Hooker, known as Shelley. I just want to explore this very briefly in a number of reports throughout, which we'll look at in due course, but Dines records very low attendance at London Greenpeace meetings. So would it be accurate to say that sort of from late 89 to the service of the Ritz, when the attendance of these meetings was already low, that a very significant proportion of the people at these meetings were made up of McDonald's spies, an SDS spy?
Yes. Well, I mean, I don't think that was like every meeting, but and the numbers at the meetings did vary, but there were certainly meetings that took place where I think we were potentially outnumbered by spies.
I'd like to look now at some of John Dines' reporting on McLibel.
Right.
Now, you refer to this. You say that on the 22nd of September 1990, there was a Trafalgar Square Defendants Campaign meeting, but you asked Tim Green for his help.
Yes. And he said that he didn't have any experience of libel law, so he couldn't directly help us, but that he knew someone who owed him a favour, who knew something about libel law, and he would put us in touch, and that was Keir Starmer.
And You say in your witness statement that the day after that, Sunday the 23rd of September 1990, you say that Dine suggested that you go for a day out together.
Yes. I can't remember exactly how the conversation came about, but he suggested we go for a day out. We went to Alexandra Palace.
Yep.
And then he took me to Regent's Park, which I hadn't been to before.
Yep.
And that was when he started telling me about how this was the area that he'd grown up in as a child.
Yep.
And that kind of he sort of had affectionate memories of it. And it was the first time that he showed me any photographs of him as a child as well. And he pointed out various buildings as, like, I don't know, his old school or things like that. And obviously, subsequently, I found out that was, in fact, the area that he spent some of his childhood.
Right, okay. Looking back, why do you think he took it upon himself to do this?
I think it was like a combination of, he was looking to engineer us spending time together in the immediate aftermath of getting the writs and of having had the meeting with the solicitor so that he could find out what my thoughts were about what I intended to do about it, what we intended to do about it. And the other side of it is that I think that by showing me photographs of himself as a child and showing me a bit about his background, he was trying to make me feel like I knew him better and I could trust him. So,
trying to make you feel even closer to him than perhaps.
And be more likely to, tell him more detail.
Let's look at a couple of his reports. So if we could bring up, please, UCPI 26742. These should all be in the T2 section of the bundle. This is dated the 25th of September 1990, so that's a couple of days after this promenade.
I think it is important to point out at this time that after we'd been for the day out together to Regent's Park and Alexandra Park, I then went back to his bedsit and spent the night with him and slept with him. And he then left in the morning, supposedly to go to work, but in fact to go to the SDS meeting where he filed this report.
Okay, no, that is important.
Yeah.
Paragraph 4, he says this: discussions involving Clark, Morris, Gravitt and Steel on the evening of the 21st of September centred mainly around the source of the information specified in the legal documents. This included details of dates when the libelous material was either circulated or made available to the public, and detailed the presence of the 5 individuals on those dates. After much deliberation at the closed meeting, it's been concluded that a man who has attended London Greenpeace meetings, known only as Privacy, was working on behalf of McDonald's Restaurant Group, and that currently 2 other men who occasionally attended London Greenpeace meetings are now suspected of being directly or indirectly employed by McDonald's. Just pausing there. So it seems here that it's only now that he's putting forward the facts. It's only at this stage that you had concluded that McDonald's were infiltrating London Greenpeace. Is that accurate?
I think we still didn't actually know, but we certainly thought that was almost certainly what had happened. Yeah.
Where did he get this information from, to the best of your knowledge?
So this is referring to the discussions involving Clark, Morris, Gravitt and Steel on the evening of the 21st was the meeting that it wasn't a meeting, but when Paul Gravitt came round
Right, I see.
our house,
Yeah.
and Dave and Andrew came as well.
Right.
In fact, I can't remember whether... No, Dave had definitely moved out by then. And I think Andrew had moved out, but I'm not quite sure. But they did come round, and so this is from
that evening.
Yeah, and obviously being with me that night and over that weekend when I was talking about everything that happened. Yeah.
If we could take that down, please, and bring up UCPI 26754. This is another HN5 report dated the 9th of October 1990. In paragraph 2, he refers to the recent service of the writs. Paragraph 3, he says, discussions in the group coupled with barristers' advice have dulled the enthusiasm of some to further distribute the allegedly libellous leaflet, What's Wrong with McDonald's. Consequently, the mass publicity campaign planned to coincide with the World Day of Action and to provoke wide-scale protests by animal rights campaigners has not occurred. Nevertheless, the protest outside the McDonald's offices in Finchley on the 16th of October should witness a much larger turnout than the 40 or so campaigners who annually picket the premises. And then the next paragraph, please.
Yeah, that's not a very accurate description of what happened.
In what way?
As I've mentioned previously, the leaflet that we were sued over was pretty much out of... It wasn't really used for street distribution. It was basically saved for answering people's inquiries.
Right.
And the McDonald's private spies reports at the time actually recorded as well that there weren't many copies left. So it wasn't there was a decision taken not to distribute it. It was that we continued to distribute the shorter version. And in fact, I think that rather than dulling the enthusiasm, I think there was a conscious decision to make sure that the picket took place and to not be intimidated into silence by them. So, yeah.
Paragraph 4 reads, the five, Dave Morris, Jonathan O'Farrell, Helen Steel, Paul Gravitt and Andrew Clark, had all intended to ignore the writ and leaflet under the noses of the McDonald's management. Now, assuming that such an action may result in the immediate service of an injunction, such action is less likely. Only Steele's intentions are unknown. She has not received legal advice as she is currently holidaying with a family member. Sorry, there's a typo on the gist. A family member abroad.
Yeah, that didn't... I think it just said my sister, and I don't need privacy.
Fine, you don't need privacy protection, that's fine. We can see here that he's reporting back on the intentions of 4 of the parties named on the writ, but not you. And if I understand correctly, yes, you were on holiday with your sister, so he hadn't actually spoken to you at this point about what you plan to do.
Actually, and this is in my statement, but Dines had... I went to Greece with my sister, and Dines had actually suggested places that we could go to, and he drove us to the airport. So that's why he knew that I was on holiday with my sister.
Right. We can take that down. Now, I'm not going to take you to it, but in one of the letters that you exhibit, which is dated the 15th of October 1990, so it's around this time, I'll read out the reference just for the transcript. It's UCPI 39780. And he refers in this letter, this is on page 1, paragraph 4, to finding out from Aunt Dorothy. So I think this is when he says Aunt Dorothy's in town, he's hanging out with her, that she tells him that his real dad, who is deceased according to him, was not actually his dad.
The dad that he'd grown up thinking was his dad was not in fact his biological father.
Right. So it's another layer of trauma that he's putting out there at this stage.
Yes.
If we could bring up, please, UCPI 26762. This is another Dines report. This is dated the 23rd of October 1990. Again, it's about McLibel, the civil action. Paragraph 4 reads, there remains confusion, doubt and indecision amongst the 5, save with Farrell, who intends to issue an unconditional public apology. Of the others, only Morris looks forward to the possibility of imprisonment for failing to comply with the writ. And of course, the attendant publicity, which will further enhance his already high profile of reputation amongst the anarchist community. Clark, Gravitt and Steel are busily investigating the veracity of some of the claims made in the allegedly libellous McDonald's fact sheet. Realistically, the anarchist group are only likely to be able to prove perhaps half of their allegations. Their efforts will be inadequate in preventing a judgment being made against them, however. Surprisingly, perhaps, Gravitt and Steel are somewhat concerned with the prospect of being declared bankrupt if the judgment against them is for anything more than a pittance. Gravitt is a part-time... Sorry, if we could just go to the next page. Freelance journalist researching environmental and animal matters, and this year has for the first time received a regular wage. Steel begins a business and computer course within the next few weeks with a view to full-time employment. Neither relish the prospect of surrendering most of their earnings to McDonald's. First of all, again, is this information he gleaned from you?
Well, it's not all entirely accurate, but yeah, essentially he knew that I was starting a course because I was in a relationship with him and I talked about it.
Yeah.
And this, again, is providing information that ultimately might go to McDonald's about ways that they can potentially, like to give them litigation advantage.
Yeah.
Could you put back the first paragraph? Because there was
sure.
something.
Sorry, yeah. So which paragraph do you want?
Oh, it's the bit about we're busy investigating the veracity of some of the claims made.
Yeah.
So what actually happened was that when we got legal advice,
Yeah.
we were told just how difficult it is to defend a libel case. Right. That you can't just, produce a report, for example, on the links between diet and heart disease. You actually have to get a scientist in the witness box to give evidence on your behalf, and so in order to defend the claim, we needed to find all the kind of both documentary and witnesses who would be willing to testify to that effect. I hadn't been in the group at the time that the leaflet was written, and my understanding was that the people who had been involved in writing it had left, and so we were left with the kind of burden, which included Bob Lambert, as I now know, but I didn't know at the time. And so we were left with the burden of trying to find sufficient evidence to be able to defend the case. But we very much believed that the claims, the allegations that they were saying, that they were claiming for, were true.
Right. So
it was a question of how you managed to prove them because of the level of evidence that's required in a libel case.
Yeah, I understand. So it wasn't that you actually thought they were untrue.
Yes.
And
it was particularly difficult with, for example, the rainforest issue, because the witnesses were the other side of the world, and we didn't have the kind of funding to be able to fly over to the other side of the world to track down.
Secure their attendance at a hearing.
Yes.
I won't go to every single report, but there's another report, which is UCPI 26792, dated the 11th of December 1990, in which he reports that Andrew Clark and Jonathan Farrell are going to apologise. And we've had to redact some of that report. You can see in paragraph 4 because it contains legal professional material subject to legal professional.
Yes, this
privilege.
Is actually inaccurate. It wasn't. Bernbergs didn't say they would no longer act on our behalf. What actually happened was that at the time there was a green form legal aid scheme that allowed you to get 1 hour or possibly 2 hours of legal advice free, no matter what kind of case it was. And I think because there were 5 of us, we'd managed to get about 5 hours, but that was going nowhere in the grand scheme of what needed to be covered.
Yeah.
So.
So it's not as if they're turning their backs on you and saying this has got no merit. We're not going to help, which is the implication.
Yeah.
If we could just look at paragraph 5 of this document while we've got it up. He says, recognising that any future court process is unlikely to permit anarchist political ramblings, it appears that the 3 defendants will not attend a hearing and initially at least will not comply with any judgment in favour of McDonald's.
I think at one point we did discuss that if it wasn't going to be practical to, fight the case in any detail, either because of the cost or the difficulties of assembling such a... they sued us over such a huge range of issues that it was a mammoth task, that we did talk about just defying the judgment. So.
Sure. You say in your witness statement, we can take that down now, thank you, that one of the ways you think Dines was privy to information about your legal strategies and your defence was because he would drive you home from meetings at Doughty Street Chambers. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did that happen on one occasion, more than one occasion?
There's definitely one occasion when that I've outlined in my statement, where we had been served with a
notice to strike out, was that?
No, I think it was further and better particulars, and there was quite a bit of paperwork, I think. And he came and gave us a lift, gave me a lift back in his van. He may have given Dave a lift back as well. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that there were other occasions when he gave me a lift back as well. But even if there weren't, the reality is that we were spending so much time together that I was discussing the case with him, as and when anything new happened.
Yeah. And I must imagine you were quite preoccupied with it.
It was all-consuming,
I'd like to bring up a letter from Dines that he sent to you around this time in relation to this matter of the McLibel proceedings. It's UCPI 39783. This is dated around January, February 1991, so it's a little bit further down the line. It says, hello you, hope today hasn't been too down for ya. I don't quite know where to start, but here goes anyway. You can't beat the world on your own. We need millions of people like us. No lecture, I know the importance of individuals and their efforts, and I think it's brilliant that people will do things alone, but perhaps they have to stand alone too. Perhaps they become isolated, not necessarily by their friends, but more likely the system dividing us up. Perhaps that isolation is too much for a person to cope with. Look at that guy yesterday. I'm not going to say do, don't, etc. I think your decision is actually the right one. I would, being a yes person, but I am worried that because of what you might do, it may make matters more difficult and the bastards may pursue you for a long time. As things stand, I think they'll content themselves with a judgment against the two of you, followed by threatening solicitors' letters, which will lead to nothing. Here's hoping. I'm not changing my mind. I still think it's vital for the campaign to continue, and the sooner it's relaunched, okay, well, I don't know when the next page, oh, there it is, the better. But should it be you? Remember why you don't want to be involved. Well, you have a future too.
Remember why you don't want me involved.
Oh, sorry, why you don't want me, thank you, sorry. Why you don't want me involved. Well, you have a future too. You have a life to lead, and it's hard enough as things are. Illegitimus non tartum carpor rundum. Don't let the bastards get you down. But don't make things worse for yourself. This is no lecture hells. These are not orders. Just the thoughts or ramblings of someone who loves you heaps. Please don't prolong the indefinite. You can bawl me out later. I still love ya though. So, what is it that you understood he was seeking to do in this letter? What is he talking about?
So he is basically trying to put the idea in my head that I may have a breakdown if I fight the McLibel case. That's what he's talking about when he says about perhaps the isolation is too much for a person to cope with. Look at that guy yesterday. I can't remember the specific incident, but I know it related to somebody having some sort of, that we saw that was clearly unwell. And I just wanted to say, actually, that you see the kind of, I don't know whether you call it orange or brown writing.
Yeah.
So the way that he gave me this letter, I can't think what they're called,
I
but
know
the
what you
little
mean, those fortune
foldy
tellers.
fortune teller things. And before he gave me the letter, he made me, I don't choose a number or whatever it was. And so it was done in a kind of jokey way, but at the same time, he is trying to put the idea in my head that, I might have a breakdown if I fight the case. Right. And suggesting that I should back down, basically.
This is an obvious question, but looking back now, how do you feel about this letter?
I think it's outrageous on so many levels. He's pretending to love me, pretending to care about me, while trying to undermine me and make me do something counter to what was my intention, by suggesting that I might go mad. And was he asked to do this directly by McDonald's or indirectly, to put that idea in my head that I should back down?
I just wanted to draw your attention to 2 paragraphs from Paul Gravitt's T2 witness statement.
Right.
This is his witness statement is UCPI 37231. It's page 61, paragraphs 466 to 468. And he talks about his decision to apologise. He says, in late 1990, when the difficulties became obvious, Andrew said he was apologising. That left Dave, Helen and me. We were meeting and talking about the case frequently, and Dines was with Helen most of the time. Therefore, it is certain we discussed legal advice we had been given with him. Although I wanted to continue, not least because I had been the most involved in the campaign, I came under pressure to drop out. One of my housemates told me she was worried that bailiffs would seize her property if they raided the house. So he's supporting what you said, that Dines was present when there were a lot of these legal discussions. Paragraph 468, he says, my girlfriend lived there too and said she would end our relationship if I continued. She had become friends with Shelley Hooper, who we later learned was a private agent, Michelle Hooker, hired by McDonald's to spy on LGP. Unlike the others, she did not leave before the writs were served. In fact, she had a relationship with an activist who is in LGRP, and I think that's Hackney and Islington, ARC...
Animal Rights Campaign.
Animal Rights Campaign, thank you, which lasted several months. After it was revealed in the McLibel trial that she was a spy, my girlfriend told me they had discussed the case and she believed Hooker influenced her to persuade me to apologise.
Yes, I mean, I remember that initially Paul was probably the most keen out of all of us to fight the case, because he was the most involved in the case. Yeah. And I do remember him being reluctant to back down. I mean, it's just really quite shocking the lengths that were gone to by both the police and the McDonald's spies in undermining our ability to fight the case, and also creating division between us.
A new topic now, Miss Steel, moving into Clyde Circus.
Yes.
I understand from your witness statement you found it on the 27th of November 1990. You moved in 7th and 8th of December 1990. Yes. And it's your evidence that you moved in together to this place.
We did.
Now, we know that Dines disputes living at this address with you.
Yes, he's lying.
Yeah. I'm just going to look at some of the exhibits.
Okay, yeah.
So, UCPI 39898. This is a letter from your sister. It's dated the 4th of March 1991. You can see on the postmark, I mean, it's actually not very clear, but it is underneath the privacy redaction as well. And
no, the postmark's at the top. Mine doesn't have a privacy redaction. It's hard to read the 4th, but you can see it's March 1991.
yeah, okay, we can see that from that. And we can see that obviously it's addressed to
me at Clyde
you at Clyde
Circus.
Circus.
Yes.
If we could bring that down.
And it also refers to my parents visiting us the previous week, which they came to visit us after we'd moved into that address.
And we can see in that first paragraph, "Dear Helen, thanks for the long letter. It was much appreciated. Mum was saying they'd been to see you last week or so. Mum was very impressed with John. Her words were, he's lovely."
Yes.
So that also shows your parents meeting.
Met him, yeah. And
John Dines.
yes, thought we were together long
Yeah.
term.
And living together.
Yes.
If we could take that down, please, and bring up 39792. This is a card from John Dines addressed to you at Clyde Circus.
Yes.
The date is the 18th. We can see from the postmark, the 18th of June, 1991.
Yes.
I'll just bring up one more, but there are plenty of examples that you set out in your witness statement.
There are, and I actually have more as well. If that wasn't enough, I've got more.
We'll look at one more now. If we could take that one down, please, and bring up. If we bring up this one, so it's UCPI 39799. This is one of his letters. It's the undated one from 1991, but it was addressed to Clyde Circus, page 2. "I'll be home as soon as I can. See you later." A reference to the fact that he considers
That we're living together.
that you're living together.
Yes.
We can take that down. There are plenty more of examples. They're set out in your witness statement at paragraphs 321 to 338. A dispute of fact between you and Dines is the fact that you're planning a future together. Just briefly, I will look at this. Again, we know that he denies that you were planning a future together. I'd just like to bring up one of your exhibits, UCPI 39937. Paragraph 4 over the page, please. So this is around the period just after the writ's been served and he's gone away for a period.
It's just after the holiday in Greece.
Just after the holiday in Greece, yeah. And hope you have fun. Oh no,
I think this must be not the right one because this is September 1990, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I think that's right actually. I apologise, I think that is the wrong one. Sorry, it's the wrong reference. Is it? Sorry, it might be 39779. No, I'm sorry, I think that there's something... Paragraph 4. No, I'm sorry. I think
which
that's the wrong
paragraph of my
reference.
statement is it?
This is referred to in paragraph 258.
258.
Where he refers to, in this letter, he refers to having a really good day at the horticultural course that we understand he was on.
Yes, but this again is September 1990, so it's not actually when we were in Clyde Circus.
Okay, fine. Sorry, apologies. So I've got the exhibit reference wrong. But this is a letter. I'll just read it into the record struggling to find the reference, we can find the correct one.
Do you know the date of it?
I think it's the 29th of September, 1990.
Of 91?
Yes. I think I've misnoted it. But it looks like the reference is...
Is it HS 328?
Well, I've got it down as the new exhibit, which it was HS 3118, which was the one you supplied.
Okay.
But
I think, because I've got my list of exhibits here, and HS 328 is the letter that I think was written on the 25th of September 1991. So.
Well, a reference I've got here is 39779. Oh, sorry, 39799. If it doesn't come up, I will move on, because I don't want to waste everyone's time. 39799. Oh no, that's the one we've just seen. Okay, don't worry. The point is, in this letter, we will find the correct reference. I will read it into the record. But he makes a reference in paragraph 4 to having a good day at the horticultural course. And he says, I hear that wealthy bastards are buying up tracts of marginal farmlands.
Right, okay, yeah, no, that might be the 1991, sorry.
Yeah.
But it's before we move into Clyde Circus.
Right, I
but
understand.
Yes. So we were talking about spending our lives together even before we moved into Clyde Circus. Yes. Right.
So that's what I was going to ask. He says,
Yes.
buying up tracts of marginal farmlands in northern England and borders as investment greenhouse effect warming growing regions further. I'd better get my act together. And Helen, I love you.
Yes.
So the reference to getting his act together is a reference to what, as far as you understood it?
To buying a small plot of land in the countryside where we could live together.
And that was something you discussed?
Well, it was, as I set out in my statement, the reference to our visit to Pete's place in Yorkshire,
yeah,
and me talking about the fact of how much I loved it there.
Yeah.
He then basically mirrored that back to me and sold me a dream of that's what he'd like to do as well. He'd like to get a place in the countryside and, grow our own food and, look after animals or whatever, and have a family. So that's what he's referring to in the letter,
right,
buying up
land.
The tracts of land, and he better get his act together.
Yeah. If I could bring up another document, please. This is UCPI 39801. So this is from December 1991. So this is towards the end of your relationship. The bottom of page 3, please. So 2 lines up when he says, then I get a bit lonely, then I miss Helen, then I shut my thoughts out of, if we could turn over the page, please, out of my mind. Then I feel strong again, totally independent, a wanderer, but not really. What I've always wanted one day as a woman to fall in love with, to have a home together, to have some children, to love and look after each other. Is it too much to want? If we could take that down.
Yes,
please.
he made that kind of comment. Well, he talked about those things several occasions.
I'm just going to bring up one more example and then I'll move on. UCPI 39816. It's dated the 16th of April 92. So this is a period of time after his deployment's ended.
Yes.
It's actually page 5, but the page has a handwritten 6 on the top of it. So if we move to... Yeah, this is it. So it will have been to, you must believe, Helen, that I was being sincere when I talked about kids, a home, travelling with you, making a pond. But it'll only ever be a dream now. So that would suggest that he had talked to you with every appearance of sincerity
Yes.
about
On
kids.
several occasions, yes.
Yeah, kids at home.
And the thing about a pond was a bit of a running joke because we used to go to, feed the ducks in Alexandra Palace and other places, and it was something we enjoyed doing together. And so he started joking about the fact that if we managed to get a place in the country, he would dig a duck pond so that we could sit and watch the ducks together. So, yeah,
there's a few references to the duck pond across the documents. I think it may be time for a break now, sir.
Certainly. How long for?
10 minutes? 15
right with
minutes?
Thanks.
I have read all of the correspondence before and after he was removed from his deployment, or after he left his deployment, all of the correspondence with you, which refers, as you rightly say, to having children and setting up home together and all the rest of it.
Yes.
Is there any need for me to do more than that? Is there to be evidence about that, oral evidence about that as well?
I'm okay with a short break.
Yes, okay.
Fine.
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, we'll break for 10 minutes, and perhaps you and I can discuss.
Yes, we'll have a chat.
Fine.
Ms Still, I just want to return briefly to a topic that you raised briefly earlier on, and this is the change in your and John Dine's use of contraception. You said that in the later stages of the relationship, you started to use the rhythm method.
Yes.
Was that something you discussed with him?
Yeah.
And so he was aware. Well, of course he was aware. Sorry, that's a stupid question. But did you talk about the possible risks of using that method?
Yeah. I mean, I think I thought if we were reasonably careful, there weren't huge risks, but there was also a point at which I wanted to have children with him anyway, so I didn't. The risks didn't seem that great.
Yeah. And how did he respond in those conversations? What was his stance, as far as you could tell?
It was him who raised the idea of having children originally, not me. It wasn't something I'd been thinking of. This was, for me, it was the first time I'd moved in with any of my partners. It was a way more serious relationship than I'd had before, but I hadn't really thought about starting a family.
Yeah.
Until he started talking about it. And I mean, I say the first time he brought it up and he talked about having kids, and I was like, well, how many are you thinking of? And, he's 6, and it was like, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not sure about that. But then after a while, I mean, I just thought, I thought I'd met the partner that I wanted to be with for the rest of my life. I thought he felt the same about me. That's certainly what he said to me. And so that's what I wanted to do, yeah.
And you refer in deep deception to that incident where he mentioned wanting to have 5 or 6 children, and him bringing it up. And you say that was New Year's Day, London 1991. Does that sound right?
Here now, I can't remember the specific date of it, but I do remember that it was him that brought it up. And he also talked about picturing us growing old together.
Yeah.
There's something he said about, he remembered like seeing an elderly Greek couple sitting on their veranda, looking at watching the sunset, and he kind of that's what he dreamt that would happen to us, sort of thing.
Yeah. And would it be fair to say that he was fully aware that if you did accidentally get pregnant, then you would want to keep that baby and have that baby with him? He understood that.
Yeah, I think so. Certainly. By the time of the conversation on the beach in Ireland, he was certainly well aware that I wanted to have children with him.
So I understand that conversation took place in September 1991. We'll look briefly at the trip to Ireland just in the chronology of events, but I'll bring that up. It's UCPI 39798. It's dated the 25th of September 1991. It's page 2. And it's the beginning of the final paragraph, where he says, just while we're waiting for it to come up, he writes, "I feel so gobsmacked, moved head over heels about some of the things you said last week, Hells. I'll never forget what you said on the beach."
Yes.
So can you help us with what you'd said to him?
I mean, this was a time of emotional turmoil because he'd left his leaving letter for me in the Clyde Circus flat that I'd come home to. Then he'd come back, then he'd gone away again.
Yeah.
And then he told me that he was in Ireland. And will you come back to this? 'Cause
Yeah, I'll come back to it.
There's
Don't
actually
worry.
quite a lot of...
No, don't worry.
I
I'll
just
come
suddenly
back to
realised
it.
we're skipping over all the
No,
bits
don't worry.
about
I'm
the-
not going to skip over. I want to run through the chronology. But don't worry, just in terms of what this conversation was.
So I remember that, I'd had my period and I'd been really disappointed because I'd thought I was pregnant. And I talked to him about that, and he asked me a question about why I was upset or something. And I explained that I wanted to have children with him. I think I've set out the wording in my statement, and I'm not sure that I can say it.
Don't worry, that's fine. We'll move on. But in any event, we can see how he responds in this letter.
Yes.
And he was moved head over heels, gobsmacked, is what he said. So I think if we could look now at the sequence of events from around late 1991, and how things unravelled, for want of a better word, how he sought to extricate himself. Your witness statement paints a very vivid picture of a sort of incredibly chaotic push and pull type dynamic, where he's giving you lots of mixed messages, he's doing one thing, saying another, and it gives every impression of being intolerable.
It was an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah. So I'll just read out some of the chronology, and if you want to add something, please do interject. So you say that for the first time on the 2nd of May, he said to you, so this is 91 we're talking about, he said to you that he was thinking of leaving. But then he...
Can you just remind me where we are in the statement?
Yes, in your statement it's paragraph 350. It's page 102, if that helps. So it's in relation to a letter he sends you, where he says, I hope you've not been too lonely or miserable. I feel much the same. I'm so sorry if I've been hurtful, but I had to try and tell you how I was feeling. And you say that you're reminded by your diary that on the 2nd of May, he said he was thinking of leaving.
Yes. I didn't remember this. This is just from my diary.
Sure.
For me, the one that I remember the most was coming home to the letter in August.
Okay. Well, should we go to that?
I mean, I don't mind going through this. It's just that it was basically from my diary.
I understand.
And the letters that he sent.
Yeah, so you've pieced it together from that rather than your recollection. I understand. Well, I'll just go through it sort of just very at a high level. But I understand that you noted in your diary that on the 2nd of May he said he was leaving. You saw each other on Saturday the 11th of May, Sunday the 12th of May. You talked, it seemed fine, you had sex, you slept together. You refer to him again over this period going to Oldham for periods of time. You recount that he went to Oldham, then he returned on the 1st of June 1991, and you say in your witness statement at page 103, paragraph 353, that when he returned you had unprotected sex. So this is the rhythm method that you referred to. And in your witness statement, paragraphs 353 to 356, you set out your activities. It's a very detailed chronicle taken from your diary.
Yeah, and here as well, I think the fact that he says here in the letter that's dated between the 27th of May and the 1st of June, I feel that I'd like to spend the rest of my life with you, Hels. So all through the period when he is telling me that he wants to split up or is thinking of wanting to split up. He's also giving me the conflicting message that he wants to spend the rest of my life, rest of his life with me.
And in that same letter, he signs off, "Psst, I love you."
Yes.
You've also said at paragraph 388 that then very late on Thursday, the 18th of July, 1991, so that's after you now know he had an SDS meeting that day, just as you were dropping off to sleep, he said perhaps he wanted to end the relationship.
Yeah.
And that came as a bolt from the blue. And I understand you were very distressed by that.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the 20th of July, he left for Oldham, purportedly. You then set out that on the 26th of July 1991, he returned to attend the funeral of Ros Dadek, who was Robin Lane's partner, who died tragically.
Yes.
There's a horrible report about that. I don't think we need to go to it. No. But where he reports on that very callously. And then after that funeral, he left on the 27th of July 1991.
Yes, so throughout that entire period, he was pretending that he was away in Oldham.
Right.
But he just came back for that funeral. And to me, I just think that's absolutely vile.
Yeah. Well, and then submitted a report on it.
And then submitted a really vile report about that funeral.
I'll just read out the reference for that, just for the transcript. We don't need to bring it up, but it's MPS 0746114.
About a vile report about Ros and those who loved her.
Yeah. Yeah, and I imagine that's a significant bereavement. That's a young woman dying unexpectedly.
Yes. Yes.
You say that he returned on the 31st of July 1991. On that date, you and he went to the Rio Cinema to watch Patu.
Yes.
And that Dines spoke from the floor about being arrested at the protests in 1981 against the tour of the South African rugby team in New Zealand.
And that Trevor Morris filed a report on that event, but doesn't mention that we were there.
Yeah, so that reference is UCPI 28129. This is dated the 2nd of August 1991. We can bring that up quickly, actually. We'll have a look at that. So this is HN78. Can we just zoom? Yes, thank you. The print's a bit faint. Yes, he says this on the 31st of July at 19:30 hours at the Rio Cinema, Kingsland High Street. The Hackney Solidarity Group presented Patu, a video film about the demonstrations and public disorders surrounding the 1981 South Africa Springbok rugby tour. Some 70 persons attended, a lesser number remained to hear the accounts of those persons present at the viewing who actually took part in the disorder, one of whom you say is John Dines.
Yes.
Questions were canvassed from the floor, dealing with the issues arising from the film and the subsequent personal recollections, whether the political momentum was carried through from the Springbok tour, thereby enriching other New Zealand-based campaigns, i.e. Maori rights, and what significance the film had for the UK left-wing movement post-poll tax.
Yes, so I think the point is that he's talking about the subsequent personal recollections, and he's omitting to mention that one of them was his colleague in the STS.
Yeah, which would seem like significant information.
Yes.
And then we look at paragraph 4, where he lists who's present, persons present, and organisations represented. Norman Blair's there.
Yes.
He's obviously your good friend at this time.
We were almost certainly sitting next to him or near to him.
Right.
I don't think, he gave us a lift home from...
Trevor Morris did?
No.
Oh.
Norman.
Oh, right. Norman,
and I don't think that Trevor Morris could have missed that, to be honest.
And we can see Paul Gravitz listed there.
I don't think he could have missed that both I and Dines were there.
I understood. So your suggestion is that was a deliberate...
Yeah, that he's omitted both of us so that he doesn't reveal that we're there together.
We can take that down now, thank you.
Because we did go as a couple.
Yeah. And would it have been obvious?
I think it had been Pretty obvious, yeah.
Again, you set out that on the 3rd of August, so the next day after that, he went away again, then he came back again on the 6th of August. Then you go on holiday again together.
Yes.
From the 9th of August to the 17th of August to Yorkshire. So that's a significant period of time.
Yes.
Again, who instigated this holiday?
Almost certainly him. I mean, he would have driven us both there.
Yeah. And
I mean, it's possible that I said, "Oh, it'd be nice to go away," but he would have driven us,
yeah,
and I wouldn't. Yeah, no, I'm pretty confident that he probably initiated it. Certainly, I wouldn't have sort of demanded that he'd go away for that length of time. So I think he would have been quite happy about spending that time together.
And again, was this visiting your friends who lived up there?
Yes.
You described this holiday as, again, that things between you were good, that he acted lovingly, that, again, on this holiday he talked about a future together, and that you visited estate agents together.
Yes, we were looking in the windows just to kind of see if there was any very cheap places going anywhere.
Again, with the idea of buying a place together, a small holding.
Yes.
You then refer to and provide some exhibits from around this period. So again, I'm not going to bring them up, but I'll just summarise what they contain. So there's one which is UCPI 39795, dated the 23rd of August, which appeared to have tear stains on it, in which he said he was leaving home. So,
this is actually, it was a very significant letter.
Right. Would you like me to bring it up?
Yeah, I think
okay.
Possibly, yeah.
No, that's fine, I will. UCPI 39795. So this is coming very soon after this holiday where you're getting on.
Yes, where it appears the relationship is back on. Yeah. We're talking about a future together again.
Yeah.
And he seems to want to still be in a relationship.
And you're having sex with each other.
And we're continuing to have sex with each other, yes.
So he writes this: Dear Helen, I'm leaving home. I'm too wrecked to write much now. It's no use, I suppose, telling you that I feel sad, guilty and angry at myself for letting you down so badly. But honestly, I do. You deserve only great luck and happiness in all that you do. Keep being Helen. She's magic. Helen, I have to stop now. I can't keep on. Helen, I love you. Please don't hate me forever. Thanks so much for sharing part of your life with me. All the love I have is yours, John. I'm sorry, Hels, I just can't stop running away. I will phone soon when I get myself together.
Yes, and you see the efforts he's gone to make the paper look tear-stained and like he's in a quite a state of distress.
Yeah.
Which was how he acted as well.
Right. Can I ask, what was the emotional impact on you of receiving this letter so soon after that?
I was devastated. I came home expecting him to be at home and saw this letter in the front room and picked it up and read it. There was no way of contacting him to find out what all this was about. He was clearly in great distress by the, it looked tear-stained.
Yeah.
And he's also, even within this letter, he's giving conflicting messages. All the love I have is yours, but he's also running away. And the impact on me was I was just like confused, overwhelmed, distressed. I wanted to be able to talk to him, to understand what this was about and what was going on and whether we could sort it out together. And I had no way of contacting him, and I was just left with it on my own.
And I understand, just terribly confusing, because it appears to
Yes, but like, you know, I mean, yeah, I was extremely upset. And
did you feel you could talk to anyone else about this and what was happening?
no, not really. I mean, firstly, I am quite a private person, and I didn't generally talk about my relationships with other people in great detail. And also, I mean, I don't know whether it's directly from this one, but certainly as this kind of toing and froing went on, and the conversations that I did in the end have, where he seemed to be indicating he was going through some sort of mental breakdown. You know, he was always talking about I need to sort my head out and this, that, and the other, and it felt like if I talked to other people about it, it would be invading his privacy. So I didn't feel like I could talk to anyone else about it. I just kind of tried to deal with it on my own.
Because you didn't want to betray his...
Yes, his confidence, yes.
Because you thought he was going through some terrible...
Yes.
...mental event.
I mean, I don't think I would have... After this letter, I would want to speak to him first anyway, to understand what it was about. And I had no means of contacting him, so I was left alone to deal with it on my own. And the thing about this is, and I didn't realise this until I put it all... Well, I mean, I must have known it at the time, but we had actually arranged to go down to visit my family for my sister's 21st birthday on the... where it wasn't for the actual birthday, but when she was celebrating her birthday. On the day after this, I think it is. Right. And so what happened was that effectively derailed, you know, what should have been a happy family occasion.
Right, yeah.
With me being extremely distressed that my partner had just disappeared, and then, I mean, I think he had... No, had he? No, he hadn't come back at that point, but it seemed to be going through some sort of a breakdown.
So you had to go to this family event.
It wasn't a big event, but it was just like, instead of it being a happy event, it was like I just felt kind of consumed with grief and worry.
And again, I understand from your witness statement, you felt slightly embarrassed about the fact he wasn't there at the event. Slightly ashamed, I think is the word you used. Is that fair to say?
It felt very awkward because I didn't feel like I could talk about it in any detail. Like I couldn't explain it. I mean, apart from the fact it didn't make any sense to me that he was saying, "I want to be with you, but I've got to leave."
Yeah.
It didn't feel appropriate to kind of give that. To share that information.
Yeah. And also I understand it's your sister's birthday, you don't want
to... I didn't really want to overshadow the occasion either,
You also say in your witness statement that because you were so confused and you were looking for answers, you started to blame yourself and wonder what it was that you'd done that might have led to this. He writes you 2 more letters over the following days, one on the 25th of August 1991. I don't propose we bring it up, but he says, "I think about you every day, Hells." Talks about feeling confused. "I'm sure I love you, but I'm not going to say any more. Please believe me that I love you more than I know how to say. I just wish I didn't feel the need to keep moving all the time. Please take care of Helen, she's beautiful in all ways." And then he sends you one 2 days later, in which he says he's got the shakes, he's hungover, and it's very early.
This then became a bit of a theme where he would either phone and tell me that he was drunk, or would write referring to having got drunk and it seeming to be that he was drowning his sorrows and he wasn't in a very good way. Yes.
So this is part of the mental breakdown.
Yes.
He's now drinking to excess.
So then I'm extremely worried about him
Yeah.
and his well-being.
Yeah. This is the letter, we referred to this letter earlier, just in terms of he makes the point here about your lack of confidence, your shyness, and at the end of this letter he signs off, "Please take care of Helen, all the love I have is yours." So yes, as you say, mixed messaging,
Yes.
continuing to tell you that he loves you. You say that he came back on the 28th of August, you slept together, and then he told you he was off to Ireland to find his real father, because at this stage he's given you to understand that Aunt Dorothy told him that his deceased dad was not his actual dad.
Yes.
You decided to help him, so you were doing some research.
Yes. So I've when my youngest sister was still at school, she came and stayed with me in London, and we went to the Family Records Centre
Yeah.
to try and. It was a school project to look up the family tree, and so I got interested in family history.
Right.
And so I knew how to look up birth certificates and death certificates. And so I thought, I'll help him, because he's trying to search for his parents. He's trying to search for his dad. He's, distressed about it. He's saying that he feels alone in the world. And it felt like if he could find this biological father, maybe he would kind of feel less alone in the world, I suppose.
And then
so I wanted to try and help him.
Well, I understand. And also it might mean that then your relationship might work and you might have a future
There's
together
that as well, yeah.
But you say then also that he then rang you on the 9th of September and invited you to join him.
Yeah, well, but before that, I had a conversation with him over the phone where I'd told him that I'd found the certificate.
Yeah, you found details of his parents' marriage. And
Yes.
you applied for a copy of the certificate.
Yes.
So that's at paragraph 414.
Yes, so what I now think is that he was alarmed by the fact that I'd looked up his parents' marriage certificate, because he knew that could potentially lead to me discovering that he was using a false identity.
Right.
And that he therefore invited me to come to Ireland as a way to control, like, what happened next, sort of thing.
Yeah. To stop you. Your investigations.
To stop me accidentally uncovering who he really was. Or rather, who he really wasn't.
You went out to join him there, and you recount that you spent some time there doing research, and then you went camping down the Galway coast.
Yes.
And that it was on that camping trip, that's when you had that conversation on the beach at Spiddle that we referred to not long ago, where you talked about your disappointment and not being pregnant.
Yes. Can you put up the photograph?
Yes, I can. So I will bring up, it's UCPI 39881. So I understand this was taken on this trip.
Yes. This is like, we basically camped beside the beach. You can see how small the tent is. It was...
Yeah.
It's a very small tent, and we slept together in there. Yeah.
And again, it's a beautiful scene, and there he is, lighting a stone.
Making a cup of tea,
Making a cup of tea, Now, we can take that down, thank you. In your witness statement, you set out that you returned from Ireland, you were back to Clyde Circus, both of you together, on the 22nd of September,
Yes.
And that you expected him to stay, but he left less than 6 hours later.
Yes, I was quite taken aback by that. I think when we were returning from Ireland, I assumed that he was coming back to stay in the flat. And then he suddenly announced that he wasn't going to be staying.
And does it follow from that again, when you were in Ireland, you were getting on well, your relationship seemed loving, close?
I can remember the first night I arrived, he took me to a B&B that he'd booked, and we had sex, which he initiated, that he was pretending to love and care about me, but that he felt conflicted because he felt alone in the world, and he had this thing that he was concerned that I was going to leave him because Deb, his ex-partner, had done that to him, and so I was going to do the same, and he got nobody else left in the world, and therefore if I left, he'd be on his own, and it didn't make any sense to me, but when I tried to discuss it, it just felt like it was part of his sort of breakdown through the loss of his parents and, the discovery that he'd, as he put it in his letter, I really am a bastard. Yeah. I put it down to that.
And that the irrationality of it, to some extent, was indicative of the fact that his mental state was disordered.
Yes.
Again, you set out in great detail.
Sorry, can I just say one other thing? Because one of the things that hit me, I mean, all of this is the kind of the stage of getting from what you thought was a real event to what it turns out to be is quite a sort of, I don't know, mind-bending experience. I had genuinely thought he was going through some sort of a breakdown in this period. And so to see him write in his statement that actually he was on the ferry, the same ferry as I was on, he was basically following me over there, was just like, that was quite mind-blowing in itself. It was just like, he's acting that level of distress and has utter contempt for what it's doing to me. Complete contempt. And he was well aware of the distress that it was causing me.
Well,
he knew about that.
You set that out in your witness statement, but again, in your face-to-face interactions with him, were you making it clear to him how upset and how
he
distressed
knew.
you
He'd
were?
seen me crying a lot.
Yeah. In your witness statement, again, you set out further examples of his erratic behaviour. This is when he starts disappearing, saying he's spending the nights walking the streets, giving every indication of a sort of escalating mental crisis. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
He disappears, he comes back. You refer to an incident where he came back on the 29th of September 91, early in the morning when you were in bed.
Yes.
And he initiated sex. So when you did see one another during this period of turmoil, would he initiate sex when he saw you?
In general, yes.
Moving into what...
Which I took at the time to be a sign of affection.
Yeah.
But I can see now that actually he was just exploiting me for sex, yeah.
Did it also give you hope? To some extent, because you thought, well...
Well, the fact that he kept returning, that he kept telling me that he loved me, and that he wanted us to be together if he could only sort his head out.
Yeah.
I mean, it just went on for so long.
Yes, I mean, indeed, again, and you set it out. So, as an example, in your witness statement, you say on the 8th of October, this is all information that you've taken from your diary at the time, the 8th of October 91, after you slept with one another, Dines left early to go to the LGP office. You went out. When you returned home, Dines and Norman were there. They watched a rugby match. Then Dines said he was leaving to see Bob until 7 p.m. Do you think he could have meant Bob Robinson? Or do you think it just wasn't
I don't know.
clarified?
The thing is, I cannot think of another Bob that was in our friendship circle.
Yeah.
And yeah, whether, I mean, it
Would
I
you...
mean, he did, like, during this period, I did see him crying on a number of occasions.
Right.
So it is possible that he is referring to Lambert, but that he's doing it, without thinking about how he shouldn't be doing it.
Right, I see. But if I understand your evidence correctly, is at the time, if he had suggested it was Bob Robinson, you would have been surprised by that. Like, that's something that would have been a cause for
I think it would have
comment.
been quite surprising, but yeah. I mean, maybe it's...
Yeah. Well, anyway,
not, but...
we don't need to dwell on it. But you describe, again, a sequence of events where he said he was going out, he didn't return, he didn't ring until 9:30. Then he said he was drunk and staying in the office. Then he changed his mind and said he would come back. Then he rang again and said he was staying out. And then at midnight you went to bed, and then he eventually did come home at 1:15
Yes.
a.m.
And, we've referred to one other example, but it happened quite a lot, that this emotionally exhausting behaviour would be... He'd initiate conversations about this quite late at night,
Right.
which had an impact on my ability to sleep.
Yeah.
And I now think he was deliberately destabilising me.
Well, that was going to be my question, is what impact did it have on you? You say in your witness statement you felt you'd almost reached your limit at this point. When you say that, do you mean you think you were maybe on the brink of a breakdown of some sort?
I was frequently crying at this time as well.
Yeah.
Very upset.
And also just bearing in mind that you've got McLibel rumbling along in the background, so you're under tremendous pressure.
A lot of stress. Yeah.
And a lot of stress.
But I felt very conflicted because he continued to tell me how much he loved me, and essentially, I suppose, make me feel guilty in a way. When he talked about feeling alone in the world, it made me feel like I was responsible for his happiness and him not being alone in the world. So it was another...
When you're very invested by this stage in the relationship, if I understand correctly, you're in love with this person.
Yeah.
And you care deeply about their well-being.
Yes. Yes.
I
wanted, when the relationship started and he was, all the kind of love bombing side of it and the fact that it was so idyllic, that made it all the more difficult that it was ending. There was like the difference between what we'd had and what there was going to be if he left was like a really massive gulf. And so, given that he was saying that he still loved me and that he wanted to be together if he could sort his head out, I felt it's worth trying to see if we can find a way through this.
Because what you've had is so remarkable.
Yeah.
And the love has been so profound, and also you have all these things in common. So
Yes.
the likelihood of finding someone
Yes,
else.
and you know, we talked about a future together, so it was not just the loss of my existing relationship, it was the kind of dramatic loss of my future as well.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit in time, but needless to say, throughout all this period, this behaviour is escalating, there's this push and pull and this mixed messaging. You refer to an incident on the 3rd of November 1991 where he seemed very low, and he told you that he'd gone to Regent's Park the previous day and thrown all his mother's jewellery in the river.
Yes.
Because he felt she'd never really loved him, and you say he was crying when he told you that. So is that an example of him appearing very visibly distressed?
Yes. He gave a very convincing appearance of being a person in very deep distress.
So at this stage, you're taking stock of what you think's going on in his life, that his mother's died, his father's died, his father's not really his dad, he's got a drink problem. I think at this stage he's told you he's been sacked.
Yes, I can't remember exactly when the sacking is, and I'll put it in my
That was
statement.
the 31st of October 91, he told you that.
Yes.
And now he's throwing all his mum's jewellery in the river, so
Yes.
again it's escalating even more. And obviously having a dramatic impact on your mental health, if I understand correctly.
Yes, it was extremely distressing and emotionally draining, stressful, exhausting.
You refer to an incident on the 6th of November. So this is when you had a very important hearing in relation to Monk libel. These were the strikeout proceedings.
Yes, McDonald's applied to strike out part of our case, and they applied to strike out our whole case.
Yeah.
And we needed to be able to. We weren't represented, so we needed to be able to present our arguments clearly and coherently in court. And he basically picked a fight over absolutely nothing. The hearing was due to be in the afternoon.
Yeah.
And in the morning, he just picked a fight over absolutely nothing. He was making placards in the front room for the anti-McDonald's march, which was supposed to be on the Saturday after that.
Right.
And he'd left some bits of paper, like on the floor or whatever, and I just picked them up and put them in the bin.
Yeah.
And it's like there was just no reason to pick a fight over that.
Yeah.
But he picked a fight over that, and he accused me of kind of criticising him, essentially. And then I would say, I'm not criticising you, I'm just like helping by clearing up this stuff. And it just kind of blew up out of all proportion.
Yeah.
And I became so distressed that I started shaking. And I went into the bedroom and was just I'd sort of broken down in tears. And eventually I just sort of thought, I'm going mad here. And I can't quite remember, but essentially I ended up asking him for a hug because I was just so distressed, and he was the only person there. And I remember at the time thinking, this is insane that I am asking for a hug from this person who is causing me so much distress. But that was the only source of comfort that I had at that time.
Yeah.
And then it's only in retrospect that that is the morning of the hearing that we had this strikeout application. It was absolutely critical that I had a clear head to be able to present the argument in court, and he completely derailed me. And it was only by good fortune that Keir Starmer, who had who originally hadn't been able to come to that hearing.
Yeah.
The case that he was scheduled to deal with got pulled, and so at the last minute he was able to come, and he made an application to represent us, and so the case wasn't struck out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if that hadn't happened, it is possible that we would have lost the case there and then.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was like a very high stakes
day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You set out paragraph 461, the day of the anti-McDonald's march, which was the 9th of November. That's 3 days after that hearing. He spent the night with you after that march.
Yeah, I think there's an important part actually that shouldn't be missed.
Yeah.
About a couple of nights before, when he'd told me that he was going to be staying at a hostel.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the reason why, but I wanted to contact him for something, and I ended up phoning the hostel where he told me he'd been staying, and discovering that he hadn't been staying there. And so I became really quite alarmed about the fact that he'd lied to me, but also about what was going on.
So that's the 7th of November 1991, I understand, and you woke up feeling low, he wasn't there, and you rang the youth hostel that night. That's paragraph 458 of your witness statement. And what did you think might have happened to him when you heard that he hadn't stayed at the youth hostel? What were your thoughts?
I was just very worried initially that he was lying to me, and what that meant.
Yeah.
At that point in time, that was my worry about why he was lying to me and where he was.
You say in your witness statement the day after that you had a exam for your training course, which you messed up.
Yes.
And would you attribute that to, again, the impact that...
Yeah, I think it certainly contributed, yes.
When you spoke to Dines about why he'd lied to you about staying at the youth hostel, what did he say?
He just made some kind of excuse about not wanting to worry me, and that he was walking the streets or something like that.
And I understand this walking the streets became a theme.
Yes.
Over these latter
yes.
weeks.
I mean, actually, it was something that he'd said very early on, in fact, in Burgoyne Road. There was a time when I went round to his flat with Norman, and we got there and he wasn't in. And I remember thinking, why is he not here? And finding it quite strange, and asking him the next time I saw him why he wasn't there.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, I was just walking the streets, like clearing my head or something like that. But he didn't then use that excuse again until this period when he was portraying going through a breakdown.
Right. So the idea being he would just pace all night
Yes.
around the streets. That's
Yes, which made me extremely worried for him.
Yeah.
Particularly in the middle of winter when, the weather was very cold.
Yeah. Moving now to Yorkshire. I understand that the lease on Clyde Circus was coming to an end in November.
Yes, I don't remember the exact dates.
I think you do set it out somewhere. I understand it was around the end of November, so you've been living there for a year. And I understand that you and he had discussed what you were going to do next in terms of living arrangements. And
yes, we'd been invited by Pete, who was on the small holding in Yorkshire, that the people who had been living in the caravan on the small holding were moving out, and that given that we really liked going up there to visit, and that we wanted to move to the countryside, that if we wanted to give it a bit of a taster, we could go and live in the caravan
Right.
for as long as we wanted, really. But
And your witness statement, it's paragraph 468 actually, you detail that on the 14th of November you moved out of the flat at Clyde Circus and drove the remainder of your belongings, including a box of Dines' possessions, which we'll come to, in a hire van up to the small holding.
yes, can I just say that I think it is important at this point there, because Dines denies moving to the caravan. And I have exhibited the postcard from Pete inviting us to move in, that is addressed to both of us at Clyde Circus, which also illustrates that we were both living at Clyde Circus together.
Yes, I can bring that up. So this is UCPI 39800. It's very heavily redacted.
I don't know why that's happened, but
Well, let page 2. If we go to the second page, I think it's his handwriting.
I didn't actually ask. Oh, is it his handwriting,
It's privacy for his
But I
handwriting.
don't know why that would need to be gisted rather than actually the text of the.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But here's the picture. So this is the caravan.
That's the caravan we moved into.
And then if we could go back to the gisted.
But also the address. Is that you say it's the handwriting? I just like.
Yeah. Yeah, we can see it's addressed to you both at Clyde Circus. And he's written this: Dear Helen and John, this is not an attempt to put you off coming here, just a picky to show to your friends before leaving smelly old London. Even with snow like that all around, you can keep very cosy with the wood burner going. Privacy was up at the weekend, shifted another van load of stuff out. Thanks for the new rocking chair and book collection. They go well together. Good luck with the Big Mac attack on Saturday. See you soon, love, Pete. So that's a reference to the
anti-McDonald's demo. Yeah.
But yes, so it's addressed to both of you, and he's referring to you moving up there.
Yes.
I'll bring up one other exhibit as well. If we could take that down, please, and bring up 39903. This is dated the 15th of November, and just the first bit, it says, Dear Helen and John, hope your move has gone successfully. We came over for a quick anniversary break, but accompanied by lots of rain. It's still very enjoyable. Only wish if we could go down.
So again, that it's from my parents, and it's
Right.
addressed to both of us at the
At the
address in
caravan.
Yorkshire. Yorkshire, yeah.
So we can see that hasn't been redacted. There we go. So it's Helen Steel, John Barker, and that's the address.
Yes.
In Yorkshire, that's the caravan address.
So my parents knew that we were moving to the caravan together.
And I understand you dropped some possessions off at their house.
Yes, that's right.
On the way.
Because we were moving into a caravan with the eventual aim of trying to get a place of our own.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff that wouldn't fit in the caravan, I left in my parents' attic.
Right. And did they consider this, again, it's quite meaningful that you're moving in together to this place?
Yes.
This is a significant step in your relationship.
Yes. They thought we were intending to spend the rest of our lives together, which is what Dines had said and what I believed.
Yeah. And we've seen from that earlier correspondence from your sister that your mum liked John Dines.
Yes.
You exhibit a Youth Hostel Association membership renewal from John Dines. I'll just bring that up quickly. That's UCPI 39903. Apologies. It's 399863. 39863, apologies. I believe this is something that he left behind in his box of possessions.
Well, actually, possibly because this came after, because it's the renewal.
Oh, I see.
So
Yeah.
it got sent a year after, so he wouldn't have left it behind as such, but
see.
I kept it because he might come back.
And the pertinent detail is that the address, Mr. John Barker, Thornroyd, Hornthwaite, Thurleston, Sheffield, and that's the address, that's the caravan.
Yes.
So showing that he'd provided that to the Fosterling Association.
Yes.
We can take that down, thank you. Now, there's references in his correspondence to the box of possessions, and the box is getting mixed up.
Yes.
We don't need to bring it up, but for the transcript, it's UCPI 39809. It's a letter he sent you on the 29th of February 92. And he refers to, I have a box of slides, which I thought you had. I did have 3 boxes. Don't know whether I've lost 2 or whether you still have them.
I do still have them.
And indeed. And this is a box of these are possessions that he moved up to the caravan.
Yes.
You set out in your witness statement some of the contents of this box, and that included other cover IDs used by Dines. So in addition to John Barker and Wayne Cadogan, the name he used when he was arrested at the poll tax riots, he told you, and he told you about that one, as we've established, but we understand that there were another 2 cover IDs or documents relating to 2 other. One of them is redacted, so don't say it.
Okay.
But there was a 1-year passport and a driver's licence in that name. And there was another one in the name of Mark John Newell. There was a birth certificate and bank accounts.
Yes.
Prior to finding those documents, did he say anything to you about those additional cover IDs?
I don't remember, although I do have a vague recollection of that he might have shown me the 1-year passport at some time.
Right, in one of those names.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, with the 1-year passport would have been the redacted one, sorry. Right, but just a vague recollection that he might have showed you that.
Yes, I think... possibly... I think that in relation to Burgoyne Road, so during that kind of period.
Okay. And can you remember what he said about it, if anything, when he showed it to you?
I think it was in connection... I think he said it was in connection with when he was on the run, but not... He didn't tell me that at the time. It was like afterwards that he said he'd got it for that purpose or something like that.
Okay. For going on the run?
Yes.
Around April 1990?
Yes.
Moving into December, I understand.
Sorry, because I think the other thing that hasn't come up is that the letter that he sent on the 3rd of December,
Yeah.
HS 331,
Yeah.
where he basically explicitly says about... Could you put it up?
Yeah, I'll bring it up. Yeah, it's 39801. It's postmarked the 3rd of December 1991. It's dated the 29th of November 91. And he says, "My dearest darling," well, it's a very long letter, actually. It's 5 pages long. Is there one specific bit,
Yes.
Miss Steel?
When I left you at Thornroyd, I firstly felt there was no need for me to go away. Yeah, there it is. I felt okay. When you rattled that little window and said goodbye, I wished I could have been swallowed up by a huge cavern in the ground. I felt so much of a shit walking out yet again. There's no need for him to go away. He's saying he's moved to the caravan.
Yeah.
So when he says in his statement he didn't move to the caravan, it's another illustration of the fact that he did move to the...
Yeah.
He did portray himself as moving to the caravan, albeit that the day after we moved there, he drove the hire van back and then phoned me and said, "Oh, I need to sort my head out, I'm going to France."
Right. But he gave you...
But he hadn't told me that he was going to do that.
Yeah.
So I assumed that he was moving to the caravan with me and was going to stay there, as did Pete and the other people who lived at that house.
Well, hence the moving of the possessions, hence the postcard.
Yes.
And if I understand your evidence, so when he drove the van back to London, even at that stage, you thought he was going to come back again
Yes.
shortly afterwards?
I was taken by surprise when he phoned saying actually he was going to go to France. And I was upset by it again.
And you say that your diary records that on the 8th of December 1991, he rang you at 7 p.m. and said he was working on the Channel Tunnel.
Yes. And then he wrote me letters where he talked in detail about working on the Channel Tunnel.
Right, yes. And again, you exhibit those. He submits a report about you around this time. We'll bring it up quickly. It's UCPI 26779. This is the 11th of December 1991. We'll probably come back to this report in another context, but just for immediate purposes. Paragraph 1, anarchist Helen Steel has recently left London and moved to Thurleston, South Yorkshire, a house owned by her long-standing friends. And paragraph 4, he writes about your dwindling activities, essentially, and activism. Whether Steele's departure from near full-time activism becomes permanent remains to be seen. However, it may be significant to note that she attended only one meeting of Haringey Solidarity Group, the local anarchist organisation, during its 8 months' existence. Many of those involved in organising this group have been long-term associates of Steele and include a Privacy and Andrew Clark. Additionally, she only continued to support the London Greenpeace Collective because of its involvement with the anti-McDonald's campaign and as a sense of duty towards a group with rapidly dwindling support and a bleak future within the London anarchist movement. So making it very clear there that you're not involved in activism, really.
I mean, the other aspect of this is that because of the nature of our relationship and his love bombing, basically I was spending much more time with him, and less time involved with politics and seeing other people.
Yeah, so your focus had shifted,
Yeah.
essentially. And you say other people, were you spending less time with your other friends?
Yes, I was spending a lot of time alone with him, which perhaps contributed to my failing to see what was going on.
Yeah. You'd isolated, the relationship had led you to isolate yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it
to
wasn't
some extent.
complete isolation, but I definitely didn't see friends with the same frequency that I had seen them before. Can I just say that paragraph 5 is deliberately deceptive there. I hadn't been planning to move since 1988.
Yeah.
We arranged the move after Pete invited us to live there, but that was off the back of Dines suggesting that he wanted to get us a place together to live.
Yeah. So a claim that since 1988 you've been arranging your departure. I mean, that would be quite a long time
that would
to
be a
arrange
very
a
long
departure
time to arrange.
Yorkshire, but
Yes.
So that's untrue.
Yes.
Thank you. We can take that down now, please. You refer also in your witness statement, I don't propose bringing it up, to his contacting you while he's supposedly working on the Channel Tunnel, and to your receiving a letter which again purported to be from Aunt Dorothy, and that he asked you to open it and read it to him down the phone.
Yes.
And that this contained information about the sale of his parents' house in New Zealand.
Yes. So again, this is something that he drafted, got sent to New Zealand, and then asked his mother-in-law, because I didn't know it was his mother-in-law.
Yeah.
I thought it was his aunt, to send this letter to where I was living,
Yeah.
because he was living there as well.
Yeah.
I thought he was living there as well. In order to convince me that his lies were true. That's like the lengths he went to were, just quite astounding.
It's quite an elaborate deceit and
Yes.
enlisting his
His
actual
own
wife,
mother-in-law.
yeah, and his own mother-in-law,
Yeah.
to write to you. I mean, it begs the question what he told them about you, but again, we can't. He's not giving evidence, so.
Yes. Well, my understanding was that he just drafted what he wanted them to write, and that they then.
Yeah.
And I got the impression they didn't really ask questions about it. They just did what he'd asked.
And again, I understand from your witness statement that this sale of the house, he had led you to believe on previous occasions that he would be using the money from that sale to buy land with you.
Yes.
And for your future together.
Yes, to have children together.
Yeah. Now, we know from a memorandum dated the 17th of December 1991, we don't need to bring it up, but it's MPS 05274449, it's from HN67, that DS Dines ceased field duties officially on the 8th of December 1991. And this also says he then engaged clerically in the SDS office until the 29th of December 1991. But the official end date, as set out, the 8th of December.
Yes, although I would say that, as far as I know, he did not reappear on the London scene after we moved to the caravan in Yorkshire.
Right.
And I think I would have heard about it if he had. And I don't think he would have gone back either, because word would have got back to me that he was claiming to be in France when actually people were seeing him in London. So,
of course,
although that's his end date, the 8th of December, in reality, he left the field the date that we moved to the caravan.
I understand that. Okay, so all he was really doing in terms of his deployment from that stage on was the time he spent with you in the caravan and talking to you, but beyond that, there was no other
nobody else saw him.
activity that you're aware of.
Nobody else saw him.
No.
And I, as I say, I don't think he would have risked it, because if word had got back to me that he'd been seen in London, I would have been, well, why were you telling me you're in France if you're in London?
Yeah, exactly, but that would make his story unravel. Very quickly, I'm very aware of the time. I'm just going to address Canterbury.
Right.
We know that Dines, in his witness statement, says he does not recall having any contact with you following his withdrawal.
Yeah.
You say in your witness statement that he contacted you on Monday, the 16th of December.
Yes.
And he said he was working night shifts. He had a night off on Wednesday. Then he rang again and said actually he had the Friday off.
Yes.
And that you both arranged to meet at Canterbury Station on Friday, the 20th of December, 1991. And you say you were shocked by his appearance.
Yes.
Because he was clean-shaven.
Up till that point, he had some form of a mullet.
Yep.
And then, a beard as well.
Yeah.
And then on that occasion, he was clean-shaven and had short hair. So I was quite shocked by the change in appearance.
Well, there's a photograph that we can look at in due course which shows
Yes.
that appearance, and it is markedly different.
Yes.
I understand you were in Canterbury together for 2 nights.
Yes. And we had sex.
You had sex more than once.
Yes, and I'm quite sure it was initiated by him.
Were you using protection on this occasion?
I can't remember.
Okay. You gave him 2 books on bereavement.
Yes, because he'd been seeming to go through a breakdown. And it seemed he was attributing at least part of it to the death of his parents and feeling alone in the world. And so I thought, I tried to talk to him, but I felt out of my depth.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, maybe it would help him to read a book about bereavement. And so I gave him books.
Again, it's a kind, thoughtful thing to do. You thought it might help. You went out of your way to get these things for him that you thought might help. There's an exhibit, 39803, dated the 25th of December 1991. I'll bring it up very briefly, page 3. Hello, beautiful. What a great few days. Never knew Canterbury was so nice, or was it the company? My body is recovering slowly. The soreness has subsided. I rang you at home on Sunday night. I missed you both times. I don't think we need the rest of it, but that is a reference clearly to your both having been in Canterbury.
And to having sex.
Well, I was going to say, so this reference to his body recovering slowly and the soreness, is that what you understood that to mean?
Yeah. I don't know what else it would refer to.
No. And towards the bottom of that page, he says, have you tried the gym jams yet? Bet you look real sexy. If we could just go over the page. Bet you look real sexy in them core. Thanks for coming down to see me, lovely. It was really great seeing you. Lots of hugs, kisses, mushies, and much more. Keep warm, keep well, take care of that beautiful little body. So again, that's highly sexualised at a time when he's withdrawn from the field.
Yes.
And when he says in his witness statement he had ended the relationship.
Yes, and in terms of his behaviour towards me, he's again giving completely conflicting information about whether or not he wants the relationship to continue.
I mean, that shows the tone of that is certainly of someone who appears keen.
Yes, well, I mean, now I can see that he was keen on exploiting me for sex, but yeah.
Just finally, before I'm going to end, after I just bring this up, but it's just to show his appearance. This is UCPI 39864. I know this was taken in January at the Caravan. We'll explore that in due course, but I mean, he's obviously pulling a very strange expression, but...
Well, he's blowing out the candles on his, not his birthday, but his cover identity's birthday.
On John Barker's
Yes, on
birthday.
John Barker's birthday, yes.
But we can see there he's clean-shaven,
yes.
His hair's very different, and that's how he appeared at Canterbury Station.
Yes.
And the explanation he gave you for that was what? Just that he fancied a change?
Yeah.
Okay.
He just, yeah. I mean, I didn't, have a strong preference either way, but the thing that struck me was just how dramatically different the appearance was, his appearance was. Yeah. And that's why I remarked on it, and he just said, I fancied a change.
Well, also, we know that they were advised not to appear to members of the public and to people that they'd associated with looking clean-shaven, so it's a strange...
Yes.
Tradecraft fail, as it were.
Yes, fairly dramatic one, yes.
Yeah. I think at that point, sir, given the time, we do still have quite a lot to cover, but I know we have time allocated for that.
Yes. I'm going to ask you to return to give evidence on Wednesday afternoon.
Yes.
I understand you've agreed to do that.
Yes.
Thank you. Could I ask you to reflect between now and then on a question I'm about to put to you now?
Okay. Do I need to make a note?
No, don't bother making a note. I don't think you'll need to. I've heard lots of evidence from other male undercover officers about relationships that they have had with women, and on the whole, they include an element of genuine, to call it love is perhaps mistaken, but genuine...
That's what they say.
Bear with me a moment.
Yeah, okay.
They have said, whether truthfully or not, that there was an element of genuine affection on their part for the woman with whom they had the deceitful sexual relationship. The impression I have from your evidence is that you think that John Dines had no such affection for you, and that it was entirely cynical exploitation.
Yes.
Would you reflect upon that, and on Wednesday tell me whether I've got your evidence right or not?
No, that's absolutely right. I've spent a long time thinking about it.
Yes.
Seeing his emotional state and the things that he wrote to me, and indeed when I saw the letter that he wrote in support of Chitty, plus the letters that he sent that gave me his real father's name and his parents' real address, that made me think maybe there was an element of genuine feelings. But no, I don't think that now. I think he enjoyed the power that he had over me, and he enjoyed exploiting me for sex.
Right.
Yes. And I also think that all the other officers who pretended that they loved and cared for the women that they deceived into relationships didn't actually genuinely love those women. If they had loved them, they wouldn't have done that. They wouldn't have deceived them, they wouldn't have exploited them.
All I can afraid I'd say in response to that is that human affairs are perhaps more complicated than sometimes we allow for.
No, I think that they enjoyed the power that they had, and I think they enjoyed sexually exploiting the women who they exploited.
Your answer has been very clear, and
Okay.
and I'm grateful to you for giving it to me.
I have thought about it a lot, and it's caused me a lot of confusion.
Yes.
It's caused the other women a lot of confusion, but it's totally apparent now that actually they were just exploiting us. You see it, they'll say, oh yeah, well, I really cared about her and loved her, and then they're filing a report on her saying, something. You don't do that to someone you love. You also don't deceive someone you love.
I think I'm going to leave it there. We'll resume on Wednesday afternoon. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you very much.